Critical Thinking in the Real World. How One Consultant Learned to Question Everything. Prologue. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as Jordan Keller adjusted her laptop screen for the third time in 10 minutes. The boardroom of Strategic Insights smelled of fresh coffee and expensive cologne, a combination that becomes familiar to her as her daughter's bedtime stories. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the 42nd floor, Seattle's skyline stretched out like a circuit board against the gray October sky, the space needle-piercing through the morning mist. "Jordan, you ready?" Marcus Wellington's voice cut through her concentration. Her direct supervisor stood at the head of the mahogany conference table, his Harvard MBA diploma practically glowing through his pressed Armani suit. At 38, Marcus had climbed the corporate ladder with the effortless grace of someone who'd never questioned whether he belonged in rooms like this. Jordan nodded, closing her laptop with a soft click. "Ready as I'll ever be." The client, Pinnacle Retail Corporation, will be arriving in 15 minutes for what Marcus had dubbed the presentation of the year. 6 months of analysis, countless late nights, and enough coffee to float a small yacht had led to this moment. Pinnacle was considering a massive expansion into the Pacific Northwest, and Strategic Insights was competing against 3 other consulting firms for a contract worth $12 million. "Remember," Marcus said, straightening his tie, "keep it simple. These retail executives don't need to see every methodology or statistical nuance. They want confidence, not complexity." Jordan felt a familiar knot form in her stomach. She'd heard variations of this speech before, usually preceding presentations where crucial details got glossed over in favor of what Marcus called executive-friendly messaging. Her fingers traced the edge of her portfolio, which contained a complete analysis, including several concerning trends that Marcus had asked her to de-emphasize. The conference room door opened, and Marcus's assistant ushered in 5 executives from Pinnacle Retail. Leading the group was Catherine Brooks, Pinnacle CEO, a woman whose reputation for razor-sharp questions was legendary in Seattle's business circles. Behind her walked CFO David Chun, followed by 3 VPs whose combined authority could make or break Strategic Insights' quarterly numbers. "Catherine, David, wonderful to see you again," Marcus said, his smile radiating practiced charm. Handshakes were exchanged, business cards passed around like playing cards, and everyone settled into their seats with the choreographed precision of a corporate ballet. Jordan found herself seated halfway down the table, laptop open, fingers poised over the presentation remote. She'd rehearsed this morning's routine a dozen times, but something felt different today. Maybe it was the way Marcus had insisted on removing 3 slides containing contradictory data. Maybe it was a memory of her 8-year-old daughter Emma asking her the night before, "Mommy, why do you look worried about work all the time?" "Before we begin," Catherine Brooks said, her gray eyes scanning the room with surgical precision, "I want to be clear about our expectations. We're not looking for consultants who tell us what we want to hear. We need analysts who tell us what we need to know. The difference between those 2 approaches is worth about $50 million to us." Marcus nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely, Catherine. That's exactly what you'll get from us today. Jordan here has been our lead analyst on this project, and I think you'll find her insights quite compelling." Jordan felt the weight of 6 pairs of eyes turning toward her. She clicked to the first slide, Pacific Northwest Retail Expansion, Strategic Opportunities and Market Analysis. The title appeared on the wall-mounted screen in bold, confident letters that seemed to mock the uncertainty churning in her chest. "Thank you, Marcus," Jordan began, her voice steadier than she felt. "Over the past 6 months, we've conducted comprehensive market research covering demographic trends, competitive landscape analysis, and consumer behavior patterns across Washington, Oregon, and Northern California." She clicked to the next slide, showing a map of the region dotted with potential store locations. Each green that represented what Marcus called a prime opportunity. What the slide didn't show were the red dots she'd originally included, locations where demographic shifts and economic indicators suggested significant risk. "Our analysis indicates strong growth potential across 17 metropolitan areas," Jordan continued, following the script Marcus had helped her rehearse. "Average household income in these markets has increased by 12% over the past 3 years, and retail spending shows a consistent upward trajectory." CFO Davidson leaned forward, his pen poised over a yellow legal pad. What about online competition? Amazon's presence in Seattle obviously creates some unique challenges. Jordan felt her palms grow slightly damp. This was exactly the kind of question that led to the uncomfortable data Marcus had asked her to minimize. E-commerce is certainly a factor, she said carefully, but our research shows that physical retail still captures 68% of consumer spending in these markets. It was true as far as it went. What she didn't mention was that the percentage had dropped from 76% just 2 years earlier, and the trend line suggested continued decline. Her original analysis had projected that physical retail share could fall below 50% within 5 years, a finding that had prompted Marcus to suggest a focus on current realities rather than speculative projections. For the next 20 minutes, Jordan walked through slide after slide of carefully curated data. Market size projections, customer acquisition costs, competitive positioning, all presented with the kind of polished confidence that had made Strategic Insights one of Seattle's premier consulting firms. The executives nodded approvingly, asked clarifying questions, and seemed genuinely impressed by the thoroughness of the analysis. But as Jordan reached the financial projections, something gnawed at her. Slide 23 showed projected revenues for year 3, $127 million across all proposed locations. The number was based on assumptions that Marcus had insisted they maintain, despite Jordan's concerns about their validity. These revenue projections, Catherine Brooks said, her finger tracing the upward curve on the chart, they assume consistent same-store sales growth of 8% annually. Given the current retail environment, that seems optimistic. Jordan's throat felt dry. This was the moment she'd been dreading. The honest answer was that 8% growth was more than optimistic. It was nearly impossible given the trends she'd observed. Her original model had suggested 4% growth would be more realistic, but Marcus had argued that conservative projections wouldn't win the contract. 8% is ambitious, Jordan admitted, but our analysis of comparable markets suggests it's achievable with the right execution strategy. She clicked to the next slide, which showed a comparison with other retail expansions. What the slide didn't reveal was that most of the comparable examples were from 3 to 5 years ago, before the acceleration of e-commerce adoption and changing consumer behaviors that Jordan had documented in her full analysis. Marcus stepped in smoothly. We've also built in several contingency scenarios, of course, but our baseline projections reflect what we genuinely believe Pinnacle can achieve with its strong brand and proven operational excellence. The presentation continued for another 15 minutes, covering implementation timelines, staffing recommendations, and risk mitigation strategies. By the time Jordan clicked to the final slide, questions and discussion, the Pinnacle executives were exchanging glances that suggested genuine interest. Impressive work, David Chun said, closing his notebook. You've clearly done your homework. When can we expect a detailed report? We'll have everything to you by Friday, Marcus replied. Jordan will be your primary point of contact for any follow-up questions. As the executives filed out of the conference room, exchanging final pleasantries and scheduling follow-up calls, Jordan remained seated at the table, staring at her laptop screen. The presentation had gone well, perhaps too well. She delivered exactly what Marcus had asked for, a compelling narrative supported by carefully selected data. But as she listened to the elevator doors close behind the Pinnacle team, Jordan couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had been lost in translation between her analysis and their presentation. The data told a more complex story than the one they just shared, full of nuances and uncertainties that had been smoothed over in pursuit of clarity and confidence. Outstanding job, Marcus said, loosening his tie as he settled back into his chair. I think we've got this one in the bag. Catherine looked impressed, and David's questions were all softballs. Sometimes the best presentations are the ones that don't overwhelm the audience with unnecessary complexity. Jordan nodded absently, her mind still processing the morning's events. She thought about Catherine Brooks's comment about consultants who tell clients what they need to know versus what they want to hear. She thought about Emma's observation about her mother's work-related stress. Most of all, she thought about the red dots on her original map, the locations where the data suggested caution, if not outright concern. Marcus, she said finally, what if we're wrong about those growth projections? Marcus was already packing his materials, his attention shifting to the next meeting on his calendar. Wrong how? What if the market shifts faster than we're anticipating? What if consumer behavior changes more dramatically than our model suggests? Marcus paused, his expression softening with what Jordan had come to recognize as his mentoring voice. Jordan, you're overthinking this. We've done the analysis, we've checked our assumptions, and we've delivered a solid recommendation. Perfect predictions are impossible in consulting. We deal in educated estimates and calculated risks. Pinnacle has the resources to adapt if conditions change. But shouldn't they know about the uncertainties? Shouldn't we present the full range of possibilities? They know there are uncertainties, Marcus said, snapping his briefcase closed. These are smart executives. They understand that any projection comes with risk. Our job isn't to paralyze them with every possible negative scenario. Our job is to give them the confidence to make decisions. Jordan watched Marcus leave the conference room, his footsteps echoing down the hallway toward his corner office. Through the windows, Seattle's business district hummed with the energy of deals being made, partnerships being formed, and futures being wagered on the basis of analysis just like the one she presented. She opened her laptop and pulled up the original presentation file, the one Marcus had asked her to revise. Slide after slide of data that painted a more cautious picture, assumptions that acknowledged greater uncertainty, projections that reflected the full complexity of a rapidly changing retail landscape. It was thorough, nuanced, and honest. It was also, according to Marcus, unlikely to win the contract. Jordan's phone buzzed with texts from her daughter's after-school program. Emma finished her math homework early and asked if you could help her with her science project tonight. Something about the scientific method and testing hypotheses. A smile tugged at the corner of Jordan's mouth. Emma was studying the scientific method, the systematic approach to understanding the world through observation, hypothesis formation, and rigorous testing. It was, Jordan realized, exactly what she'd been trained to do as an analyst, and exactly what she felt pressure to compromise in this morning's presentation. As she gathered her materials and prepared to leave the conference room, Jordan made a mental note to spend extra time with Emma's science project that evening. Maybe it would be good to remember what it felt like to follow the evidence wherever it led, without worrying about whether conclusions would be popular or profitable. The afternoon sun broke through Seattle's perpetual cloud cover, casting sharp shadows across the conference table. Jordan closed her laptop, straightened her shoulders, and walked toward the elevator. She had a daughter to pick up, homework to help with, and some serious thinking to do about the difference between telling people what they wanted to hear and telling them what they needed to know. Behind her, the empty conference room held a lingering scent of expensive cologne and the ghost of a presentation that had succeeded in all the wrong ways. Chapter 1. Blind Faith and Authority. 3 weeks after the Pinnacle presentation, Jordan found herself in Strategic Insight's main conference room again, but this time the atmosphere was markedly different. Instead of polished executives and high-stakes pitches, the room buzzed with the nervous energy of new employee orientation. 23 fresh-faced MBA graduates sat around the expanded table, their leather portfolios and crisp business attire marking them as the latest cohort of Strategic Insight's Associate Consultant Program. Jordan had volunteered to lead the orientation session on analytical frameworks and client engagement, partly because she genuinely enjoyed teaching, and partly because she hoped to instill some critical thinking habits in the next generation of consultants before they learned to cut corners under pressure. "Welcome to Strategic Insights," she began, standing at the head of the table where Marcus had delivered his pre-Pinnacle pep talk. "You've all made it through our rigorous selection process, which means you represent the top 1% of this year's MBA graduates. Congratulations." A murmur of satisfied chatter rippled through the group. Jordan recognized the look in her eyes, the same mixture of pride, ambition, and barely contained anxiety she felt 6 years ago when she'd walked into this building as a lateral hire from a smaller consulting firm in Portland. "Before we dive into methodologies," Jordan continued, "I'd like to start with a question. How many of you chose Strategic Insights because of our reputation for analytical rigor?" Nearly every hand shot up immediately. "And how many of you researched our track record before accepting your offers?" Again, almost universal participation. "Excellent. Now, can anyone tell me what specific metrics you use to evaluate our analytical rigor?" The hands came down more slowly this time. A young man in the front row, his name tag read Bradley Chin Williams, Wharton, raised his hand tentatively. Rankings, he offered. We're consistently ranked in the top 5 consulting firms by both Forbes and Business Week. Good start, Jordan said, making a note on the whiteboard. What else? Client testimonials. Suggested a woman with auburn hair. Sarah Mitchell, Yale. I read several case studies where clients praise our insights. Jordan nodded, adding testimonials to her list. Anything else? The room fell quiet. Finally, a man in the back corner spoke up. Revenue growth? Marcus, Mr. Wellington, mentioned during my final interview that the firm has grown by 30% annually for the past 5 years. Thank you, David, Jordan said, recognizing David Park from his interview file. Unlike most of his cohort mates, David had graduated from the University of Washington's evening MBA program while working full-time as a financial analyst. His presence in the room represented one of only 3 non-traditional hires in this year's class. Jordan turned back to the whiteboard, where she'd written, Rankings, testimonials, revenue growth. These are all perfectly reasonable ways to evaluate a consulting firm, but I want you to think more deeply about what these metrics actually tell us and what they don't. She clicked her laptop, and the wall screen displayed a slide titled Evaluating Evidence. Questions asked. Let's start with rankings. Bradley, when Forbes ranks consulting firms, what do you think their methodology looks like? Bradley shifted in his seat. I'm not entirely sure. Probably client surveys and financial performance metrics. Probably, Jordan agreed. But do you know for certain? Did you look up Forbes' ranking methodology before using it to make your career decision? A few uncomfortable glances were exchanged around the table. Jordan recognized the look. The dawning realization that they'd accepted information from a prestigious source without questioning its foundation. I'm not criticizing you, Jordan said quickly. We all do this. Forbes is a respected publication, so we trust their rankings. But critical thinking requires us to understand not just what authorities tell us, but how they reach their conclusions. She clicked to the next slide. The authority trap, when credibility becomes unquestionable. Here's what Forbes actually measures, Jordan continued, pulling up the magazine's methodology page. 40% of their ranking comes from revenue growth, 30% from client retention rates, 20% from industry perception surveys, and 10% from innovation metrics, which they don't define clearly. Sarah Mitchell frowned. Is that bad? It's not bad or good, Jordan replied. It's just specific. Revenue growth tells us that a firm is successful at selling services, but not necessarily that those services are analytically rigorous. Client retention could mean we're doing excellent work, or it could mean we're good at maintaining relationships and telling clients what they want to hear. David Park leaned forward in his chair. So rankings might not actually measure what we think they measure? Exactly. Now, let's look at testimonials. Jordan clicked to display several quotes from Strategic Insight's website. SI helped us identify market opportunities we never would have found on our own. Their insights transformed our strategic thinking. Working with Strategic Insights was the best investment we've made. These sound impressive, Jordan said, but what questions should we ask about testimonials? The room was quieter now, the initial confidence replaced by thoughtful uncertainty. Finally, a young woman near the window raised her hand. How were the clients selected? Like, did Strategic Insights choose which testimonials to publish? Great question. Amanda. What else? Timeline, suggested David Park. When were these testimonials given? Were they from recent projects or older ones? Bradley Chin Williams, looking slightly defensive, added, But these are real clients, right? I mean, they can't just make up testimonials. You're absolutely right, Jordan said. These are real clients giving their honest opinions. But think about it this way. If you were running a consulting firm's website, would you publish testimonials that said, SI's analysis was mediocre and overpriced, but we didn't have other options? A few nervous laughs echoed around the room. The point isn't that testimonials are worthless, Jordan continued. The point is that they represent a curated sample. To get a complete picture, you want to talk to clients who chose not to provide testimonials or who worked with us 5 years ago, or who terminated their contracts early. She moved to the final item on her list: revenue growth. David, you mentioned that our 30% annual growth impressed you. What assumptions does that metric require? David looked thoughtful. That growth equals quality? That clients keep paying for good work? Those are reasonable assumptions, Jordan said. But can you think of alternative explanations for rapid revenue growth? The room fell silent again. Jordan waited, letting the question hang in the air. Finally, Sarah Mitchell spoke up hesitantly. Maybe raising prices? Or expanding to new markets where there's less competition? Both possible, Jordan confirmed. Or acquiring smaller firms and counting their revenue as growth. Or focusing on larger contracts rather than better outcomes. Revenue growth tells us something important, but it doesn't automatically equal analytical excellence. She clicked to a new slide. Case study: when authority led us astray. In 2008, Jordan began, the most prestigious consulting firms in the world, McKinsey, BCG, Bain, were advising major investment banks on risk management strategies. These firms had impeccable reputations, sterling client testimonials, and impressive revenue growth. Their consultants had MBAs from Harvard, Wharton, and Stanford. The room was completely quiet now. How many of you know what happened next? The financial crisis, Bradley said quietly. The financial crisis, Jordan confirmed. Now, I'm not suggesting that consulting firms caused the crisis or that their advice was deliberately misleading, but I am suggesting that prestige and credentials didn't prevent some very smart people from making some very costly mistakes. She paused, looking around a room at 23 young faces that suddenly looked less certain than they had an hour ago. So here's my question. If you can't rely solely on rankings, testimonials, or revenue growth to evaluate analytical rigor, what can you rely on? David Park raised his hand. The actual analysis? Like looking at specific methodologies and results. Excellent start. What else? Asking hard questions, suggested Amanda. Not just accepting conclusions, but understanding how they were reached. Sarah Mitchell added, looking for contradictory evidence? Trying to falsify claims rather than just confirm them. Jordan smiled, feeling a familiar spark of excitement. Now you're thinking like analysts. Let me show you what this looks like in practice. She clicked to a new slide, displaying a table of data. This is from a project we completed last year for a telecommunications company. The client wanted to know whether to expand their fiber optic network to rural markets. Our team, led by a partner with an MBA from Northwestern and 15 years of experience, concluded that rural expansion would generate a 15% return on investment. The slide showed impressive-looking charts and graphs, all supporting the positive conclusion. Based on what you see here, what questions would you ask? The group studied the data more carefully now, their earlier confidence replaced by skeptical attention. Bradley raised his hand first. What's the time frame for that 15% return? Good question. The analysis projected 15% annually over 5 years. Amanda followed up. What assumptions about technology changes? Fiber optic technology evolves pretty quickly. Also good. The analysis assumed current technology costs and capabilities would remain stable. David Park looked puzzled. But that seems unrealistic. Wouldn't costs come down and capabilities improve over 5 years? You'd think so, Jordan said. What else strikes you as questionable? Sarah Mitchell pointed to one of the charts. The population density numbers look very optimistic for rural markets. Are these based on current demographics or projected growth? Projected growth, Jordan confirmed, assuming a 2% annual population increase in rural areas. But rural areas are losing population in most states, David said, frowning. People are moving to cities, not away from them. Jordan nodded approvingly. You're all asking exactly the right questions. Now, here's what happened when I dug deeper into this analysis. She clicked to the next slide, which showed a very different set of conclusions. When I adjusted for realistic technology cost curves, actual demographic trends, and competitive responses from satellite internet providers, the projected return dropped to -3%. The room erupted in surprised murmurs. "Wait," Bradley said. "So the original analysis was wrong?" "The original analysis was based on questionable assumptions," Jordan corrected. "The lead partner, let's call him Senior Partner X, had successfully completed 12 similar telecommunications projects. His credentials were impeccable, his track record was strong, and he had access to the same data I did." "So what happened?" Sarah asked. Jordan paused, choosing her words carefully. Senior Partner X had built his reputation on optimistic projections that encouraged client investment. His previous successes had come during a period of rapid telecommunications growth, when even mediocre strategies could succeed. But he'd never adjusted his analytical framework for changing market conditions. "Did you tell him about your analysis?" David asked. "I did. He thanked me for the additional perspective and said he'd take it under consideration. The client received the original recommendation. And the result?" Jordan clicked to a final slide showing a news headline. Telecom Corp writes off $200 million rural expansion as strategic repositioning. The room fell silent. "The point of this story," Jordan said, "isn't that Senior Partner X was incompetent or dishonest. He was neither. The point is that expertise and authority can create blind spots. Success can breed overconfidence. Prestigious credentials can substitute for rigorous analysis." She turned back to whiteboard, where her original list still remained: rankings, testimonials, revenue growth. "These aren't useless metrics," she continued, "but they're proxies for quality, not measures of quality itself. Real analytical rigor requires us to question everything, including our own assumptions and the assumptions of people we respect." Amanda raised her hand. "But how do you balance that with efficiency? If we question every assumption and challenge every authority, wouldn't we get paralyzed?" "Excellent question," Jordan said. "The goal isn't to become pathologically skeptical. The goal is to develop what I call calibrated confidence, knowing when to trust authority and when to dig deeper." She clicked to a new slide. When to question authority, red flags. Authority becomes dangerous when it's unquestionable, when it discourages inquiry, or when it's based on past success rather than current evidence. But authority is valuable when it's transparent about its limitations, when it welcomes scrutiny, and when it changes its conclusions based on new information. David Park nodded thoughtfully. "So, it's not about rejecting expertise. It's about understanding how that expertise was developed and whether it applies to the current situation." "Exactly. Now, let's practice this with a real case study from this year." Jordan spent the next hour walking the group through a recent project analysis, encouraging them to question assumptions, identify potential biases, and propose alternative explanations for the data. The conversation was lively, occasionally heated, and refreshingly honest. As the session wound down, Bradley Chin-Williams approached her at the front of the room. "This was different from what I expected," he said. "In business school, we learned to respect authority and follow established frameworks." "And those are important skills," Jordan replied. "But they're not sufficient. The world changes too quickly for any framework to remain valid indefinitely." Sarah Mitchell joined the conversation. "Do you think this approach will help us advance here? I mean, if we're constantly questioning senior partners and challenging established methods." Jordan understood the concern. She'd wrestled with the same question for 6 years. "I won't lie to you," she said. "Critical thinking isn't always rewarded in corporate environments, but it's always valuable. The clients who benefit from our best work are the ones who get our most honest analysis, not our most polished presentations." As the new hires filed out of the conference room, chattering among themselves about the unexpected content of their orientation, Jordan remained behind to clean up her materials. Her phone buzzed with a text from Marcus. "How did the orientation go? Hope you didn't scare off our new talent with too much academic theory." Jordan stared at the message for a moment, then typed back, "I think they're ready to do some excellent analytical work." She didn't mention that excellent analytical work might occasionally conflict with client-friendly conclusions. That was a lesson the new hires would learn soon enough, and she hoped they'd handle it better than she had been handling it lately. Through the conference room windows, Seattle's afternoon light cast long shadows across the table, where 23 bright young minds had just learned that expertise without inquiry was just educated guessing. Jordan gathered her laptop and notes, thinking about Emma's science project and the beautiful simplicity of the scientific method. Observe, hypothesize, test, adjust. If only consulting were that straightforward. But as she walked toward the elevator, Jordan felt a small surge of optimism. Maybe the next generation consultants would be better than her generation at balancing respect for authority with independent analysis. Maybe they'd find ways to serve clients without compromising intellectual honesty. Maybe questioning everything was exactly what Strategic Insights needed, even if it wasn't what Strategic Insights wanted. The elevator doors closed behind her, and Jordan headed home to help her daughter design experiments that would test hypotheses fairly, regardless of whether the results matched their expectations. It seemed like a good way to spend an evening. Chapter 2. The Confirmation Bias Trap. The rain drummed against the windows of Strategic Insights' 28th floor as Jordan stared at the spreadsheet that had been keeping her awake for 3 nights. The numbers glowed accusingly in the lamplight of her cubicle, one of the few still illuminated at 9:47 p.m. on a Thursday evening. Most of her colleagues had long since departed for Seattle's trendy Capitol Hill bars or their suburban homes, but Jordan remained transfixed by data that refused to cooperate with expectations. The project was supposed to be straightforward. Help Cascade Retail Group determine optimal locations for their planned expansion of organic grocery stores across the Pacific Northwest. Marcus had assigned her to work alongside Trevor Hutchinson, a rising star in the firm who joined Strategic Insights 2 years ago after completing his MBA at Stanford. Trevor had a reputation for delivering exactly what clients wanted to hear, wrapped in sophisticated analysis that impressed both executives and partners. Still here, Jordan? Trevor's voice carried across the nearly empty office space as he approached her desk, his tie loosened but his enthusiasm undimmed despite the late hour. At 29, Trevor possessed a kind of effortless confidence that came from a lifetime of academic and professional success. His father was a partner at a prestigious law firm. His mother served on several nonprofit boards, and Trevor himself had never encountered a challenge he couldn't overcome through intelligence and determination. Just reviewing the data one more time, Jordan said, minimizing her spreadsheet as Trevor peered over her shoulder. How's your analysis coming along? Trevor's face lit up with the satisfaction of a job well done. Fantastic results. Really compelling stuff. Our recommendation is going to exceed Cascade's expectations. He pulled up a chair beside her desk, radiating the excitement of someone who discovered exactly what he'd hoped to find. Cascade told us they were hoping to identify 12 to 15 viable locations, right? Trevor continued. Well, our analysis shows 18 premium opportunities with projected ROI exceeding 20% annually. I've got demographic data, competitor analysis, traffic patterns. Everything points to massive success. Jordan felt a familiar knot forming in her stomach. 18 locations? That seems optimistic. I know, right? I couldn't believe it either at first, but the data doesn't lie. Trevor opened his laptop and pulled up a colorful map dotted with green circles representing potential store locations. Look at this. Every single market shows above-average household income, strong organic food consumption trends, and limited direct competition. Jordan studied Trevor's map, comparing it mentally to her own analysis. What about the demographic shifts in some of these areas? I've been seeing some concerning trends in places like Spokane and Yakima. Trevor waved dismissively. Those are just short-term fluctuations. If you look at the 5-year trend lines, growth is clearly sustainable. Plus, Cascade's market research from last year shows strong consumer interest in organic options across all these markets. But Trevor, Jordan said carefully, that market research was conducted during peak farmers market season, and the sample sizes were pretty small for rural markets. I'm not sure we can extrapolate. Jordan, Trevor interrupted, his tone taking on the patient quality of someone explaining something obvious. You're overthinking this. Sometimes analysis paralysis can prevent us from seeing clear opportunities. Cascade is excited about expansion. They have the capital to invest, and our job is to identify where that investment will be most successful. Jordan opened her mouth to respond, then closed it again. She'd learned to recognize the futility of arguing with Trevor when he'd already reached his conclusions. Instead, she returned to her own analysis, hoping to find flaws in her methodology that might explain the discrepancy between their findings. For the past 3 weeks, Jordan had been conducting what she privately called the pessimist analysis, actively seeking reasons why organic grocery expansion might fail in each proposed market. It wasn't that she wanted Cascade to fail. Quite the opposite. She believed that identifying potential problems early would help them avoid costly mistakes and focus their resources on truly viable opportunities. Her approach had been systematic. First, she'd examined demographic trends not just for the past 5 years, but for the past 15 years, looking for patterns that might indicate future changes. Then she'd analyze competitor responses to similar expansions in comparable markets. Finally, she'd studied the economic fundamentals underlying each community: employment diversity, population stability, infrastructure development, to assess long-term sustainability. The results had been sobering. Of Trevor's 18 premium opportunities, Jordan's analysis suggested that only 7 met conservative criteria for sustainable success. 4 were in markets showing clear demographic decline. 3 faced imminent competition from established chains, and 4 others relied on economic assumptions that seemed increasingly fragile. Trevor, she said, trying a different approach, what if we presented multiple scenarios? Your optimistic projections alongside some more conservative estimates. Trevor looked genuinely puzzled. Why would we do that? Our analysis shows strong potential across all markets. Presenting negative scenarios would just confuse the client and undermine confidence in our recommendations. But what if some of these markets don't perform as expected? Wouldn't Cascade rather know about potential risks up front? Of course they want to minimize risk, Trevor said, his voice taking on a slightly condescending tone. That's why we're recommending markets with strong fundamentals and clear growth potential. Risk comes from uncertainty, and our analysis eliminates uncertainty by providing clear, data-driven insights. Jordan stared at her screen, feeling the weight of a conversation that seemed to be happening in 2 different languages. To Trevor, data-driven insights meant finding evidence that supported predetermined conclusions. To Jordan, it meant following evidence wherever it led, even when it led to uncomfortable places. Can I show you something? Jordan asked, pulling up her own analysis. I've been looking at some of the same markets from a different angle. Trevor glanced at his watch, a Rolex his parents had given him for graduating business school. Sure, but let's make it quick. I want to get this presentation polished tonight so Marcus can review it first thing tomorrow. Jordan opened her spreadsheet, showing side-by-side comparisons of demographic trends. Look at Spokane, for example. Your analysis shows stable population growth and increasing household income, right? Right. 2% annual population growth, median income up 12% over 5 years. But look at the composition of that growth, Jordan said, highlighting different columns of data. Most of the population increase comes from retirees relocating from more expensive markets. The working-age population is actually declining, especially in the demographics most likely to shop for organic groceries. Trevor frowned at the screen. That's interesting, but population growth is population growth. More people means more potential customers. Does it though? Jordan asked. Retirees on fixed incomes typically reduce discretionary spending, especially on premium products like organic food. And if the working-age population is shrinking, that suggests economic challenges that could affect everyone's purchasing power. You're cherry-picking data, Trevor said, his voice sharpening slightly. You can make any market look risky if you focus only on negative indicators. Jordan felt her frustration rising but forced herself to remain calm. I'm not trying to make markets look risky. I'm trying to understand what the data actually tells us, including the parts that don't match our expectations. She clicked to another tab in her spreadsheet. Look at this. Competitor analysis for the Bellingham market. Your report shows limited direct competition, but there are 3 Whole Foods locations within a 20-mile radius, plus 2 independent organic grocers and a growing farmers market network. Trevor leaned back in his chair, his expression shifting from curiosity to mild irritation. Those aren't direct competitors. Whole Foods targets a different demographic, The independent stores are tiny and farmers markets are seasonal. Cascade would offer a completely different value proposition, but they're all competing for the same organic food dollars. Jordan persisted. And Bellingham's market isn't infinite. If we're projecting 20% annual growth for Cascade, where do we think those sales are coming from? Market expansion, Trevor said confidently. Growing awareness of organic benefits, increasing disposable income, lifestyle changes. The organic food market has been growing nationally at 15% annually. We're just capturing that trend. Jordan pulled up a different chart. That's true nationally, but look at these specific markets. Bellingham's organic food sales growth has actually slowed to 8% annually over the past 2 years, and that's with new competitors entering the market. If Cascade adds another player. Jordan, Trevor said, standing up from his chair with obvious impatience. I appreciate your thoroughness, but you're getting lost in the weeds. Sometimes analysis has to serve strategy, not the other way around. Cascade wants to expand, they have the resources to expand, and our job is to help them identify the best opportunities for expansion. But what if expansion isn't the right strategy for all these markets? Trevor looked at her as if she'd suggested that gravity might be optional. Of course, expansion is the right strategy. Cascade is a growth company with ambitious investors and a proven business model. Standing still means falling behind. Jordan watched Trevor return to his desk and open his presentation software, clearly considering their conversation finished. She remained at her computer, staring at the data that had kept her awake for 3 nights, wondering if she was missing something obvious or if Trevor was missing something important. Her phone buzzed with a text from her babysitter. Emma finished her homework and is reading in bed. She asked me to tell you that her science experiment is showing unexpected results, and she's excited to show you tomorrow. Jordan smiled despite her frustration. Emma's science project involved testing whether different types of soil affected plant growth. She'd hypothesized that expensive potting soil would produce better results than regular garden dirt, but her preliminary observations suggested that some plants were actually thriving in the cheaper soil. Instead of being disappointed, Emma was fascinated by the unexpected outcome and eager to understand why her hypothesis had been wrong. If only corporate consulting encouraged that kind of intellectual curiosity. Jordan spent another hour refining her analysis, double-checking her sources, and tried to identify potential flaws in her methodology. By the time she finally shut down her computer at 11:15 p.m., she confirmed her earlier findings. Trevor's optimistic projections relied on assumptions that ranged from questionable to unrealistic. The next morning, Jordan arrived at the office to find Trevor already in Marcus's corner office, their voices carrying through the glass partition as they reviewed the presentation. Through the window, she could see Trevor's colorful charts and confident gestures, Marcus nodding approvingly as Trevor walked through his recommendations. Jordan, Marcus called out, spotting her at her desk. Come join us. Trevor's put together some excellent work on the Cascade project. Jordan gathered her materials and entered Marcus's office, where Trevor's presentation filled the wall-mounted screen. The slides were polished, professional, and thoroughly convincing. 18 markets with projected returns that would make any CEO smile. Outstanding analysis, Marcus was saying as Jordan took a seat. Cascade is going to love these numbers. Trevor, your market segmentation work is particularly impressive. Thank you, Trevor said, his chest swelling with visible pride. I really tried to dig deep into the demographic trends and competitive landscapes. Marcus turned to Jordan. I assume you've been collaborating on this analysis? Jordan felt the weight of both men's expectations. I've been doing some parallel research, she said carefully. I wonder if we might consider presenting multiple scenarios to give Cascade a fuller picture of potential outcomes. Trevor's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. Jordan's been very thorough, he said in the tone one might use to describe a diligent but overly cautious child. Sometimes I think she finds problems where opportunities exist. Marcus looked interested. What kind of problems? Jordan opened her laptop, but before she could respond, Trevor jumped in. Demographic nitpicking, mostly concerns about market saturation, questions about growth assumptions, valid concerns for due diligence, but nothing that changes a fundamental opportunity. I see, Marcus said, his attention already shifting back to Trevor's presentation. Well, healthy skepticism is always valuable, but we also need to provide clear, actionable recommendations. Clients hire us to identify opportunities, not to paralyze them with infinite worst-case scenarios. Jordan felt her window of opportunity closing. Marcus, what if some of these markets don't perform as projected? Wouldn't it be better to help Cascade prioritize their investments based on varying levels of confidence? Marcus looked thoughtful for a moment. How significant are your concerns? Are we talking about minor adjustments to projected returns or major red flags? This was her moment. Jordan took a breath and committed to honesty. I think 7 of the 18 markets present genuine opportunities with acceptable risk. The other 11 range from questionable to inadvisable. The room fell silent. Trevor's face cycled through surprise, irritation, and barely controlled anger. Marcus leaned back in his chair, studying Jordan with an expression she couldn't quite read. That's quite a different opinion. Marcus said finally, Trevor, how do you respond to that assessment? Trevor straightened his shoulders, his Stanford MBA training kicking into high gear. I think Jordan is applying overly conservative criteria that don't reflect market realities. Every expansion involves risk, but our analysis shows that risk is manageable across all proposed markets. We're not recommending anything reckless, just strategic growth based on solid demographic and competitive analysis. Jordan, Marcus said, can you summarize your specific concerns? Jordan opened her laptop and pulled up her spreadsheet. Several markets showed demographic trends that contradict expansion assumptions. Spokane's population growth comes primarily from retirees rather than working families. Yakima faces increasing economic uncertainty due to agricultural industry changes. Bellingham already shows market saturation indicators. She clicked through her data, highlighting the discrepancies between Trevor's assumptions and her findings. In each case, Trevor's analysis focuses on data points that support expansion while minimizing contradictory evidence. Trevor's face reddened slightly. That's not fair, Jordan. I'm not ignoring contradictory evidence. I'm weighing all evidence appropriately and reaching conclusions based on preponderance of data, not isolated concerns. But the concerns aren't isolated, Jordan said, pulling up a summary chart. When you aggregate the risk factors across all markets, a clear pattern emerges. The markets with the highest projected returns also carry the highest unacknowledged risks. Marcus studied Jordan's chart for several long moments. This is certainly thorough, he said finally, but I'm concerned about presenting such divergent analyses to the client. Cascade expects clear recommendations, not academic debates about methodology. What if we present a tiered approach? Jordan suggested Tier 1 markets with high confidence, Tier 2 with moderate confidence, and Tier 3 requiring additional research before investment. Trevor shook his head. That just creates confusion and undermines client confidence. We're supposed to be experts providing clear guidance, not uncertainty consultants raising endless questions. Marcus looked between his two consultants, clearly weighing competing priorities. Here's what we're going to do, he said finally. Trevor, I want you to incorporate Jordan's demographic concerns into your analysis, but frame them as risk mitigation factors rather than reasons to avoid expansion. Jordan, I want you to review Trevor's competitive analysis and see if you can validate his market opportunity assessments. It was a diplomatic solution that satisfied no one. Trevor would get to present his optimistic projections with minor caveats. Jordan would get to raise concerns that would be acknowledged but not seriously addressed. And Cascade would receive a recommendation that looked comprehensive while avoiding uncomfortable contradictions. I want the final presentation ready for Monday, Marcus continued. This is a significant opportunity for the firm, and I expect our best work. As they filed out of Marcus's office, Trevor caught up with Jordan in the hallway. Look, he said, his voice low but intense. I don't know what you're trying to prove here, but undermining a colleague's work isn't the way to advance your career. Jordan stopped walking and turned to face him. I'm not trying to undermine anyone. I'm trying to make sure we give Cascade accurate information. Accurate according to whom? Trevor shot back. Your analysis is just as subjective as mine. The difference is that mine serves a client's interests while yours serves some abstract notion of intellectual purity. Trevor, Jordan said, feeling her patience finally crack. What happens when 6 of those stores fail within 2 years because we recommended markets that couldn't support them? Trevor's expression hardened. That won't happen because I don't recommend markets that can't support growth. And even if some stores underperform, that's a function of execution, not analysis. Our job is to identify opportunities, not guarantee outcomes. Jordan watched Trevor walk away, his confidence unshaken by their conversation. She remained in the hallway for a moment, thinking about Emma's science experiment and the joy her daughter had expressed about unexpected results. In Emma's world, being wrong was the beginning of discovery. In Trevor's world, being wrong was simply unacceptable. She returned to her desk and opened her laptop, preparing to spend the weekend finding ways to reconcile irreconcilable analyses. Outside her window, Seattle's morning fog was lifting, revealing the city's skyline in sharp detail. Jordan wished her professional challenges could be resolved as easily as weather patterns. Given enough time and the right conditions, the truth would eventually emerge. But as she began reviewing Trevor's competitive analysis, Jordan realized that time and conditions weren't neutral forces in a consulting world. They were shaped by expectations, pressures, and incentives that often favored confident assertions over careful inquiry. The question was whether the truth would eventually emerge. The question was whether anyone would be paying attention when it did. Chapter 3. Statistical Manipulation. The conference room on the 35th floor of the Rainier Tower felt more like a war room than a workspace. Jordan sat across from Dr. Elizabeth Vaughn, Chief Operations Officer of Medicor Pharmaceuticals, watching as the executive's perfectly manicured fingers drummed against a mahogany table with barely contained frustration. Between them lay 18 months of operational data, financial projections, and efficiency metrics that told a story neither woman particularly wanted to hear. Ms. Keller, Dr. Vaughn said, her voice carrying the crisp authority of someone accustomed to making life-and-death decisions, I need to be very clear about our expectations for this engagement. Medicor is facing intense pressure from our board and shareholders to demonstrate operational improvements. We've invested heavily in new manufacturing processes, upgraded our quality control systems, and restructured our entire supply chain. Our stakeholders need to see tangible results. Jordan nodded, studying the woman across from her. Dr. Vaughn was a Harvard Medical School graduate who transitioned from clinical practice to pharmaceutical management 15 years earlier. Her reputation for analytical rigor was legendary in the industry, which made the current situation all the more delicate. We understand the pressure you're under, Jordan replied carefully. Our preliminary analysis shows significant opportunities for demonstrable efficiency gains. The question is how to present those improvements in the most compelling way possible. Dr. Vaughn leaned forward, her gray eyes intense. Strategic insights came highly recommended for your ability to clarify complex operational data. Marcus Wellington assured me that your team could help us tell our story effectively. The phrase, tell our story effectively, hung in the air like a diplomatic euphemism. Jordan had heard similar language before, usually when clients wanted favorable interpretations of ambiguous data, rather than objective analysis of clear trends. Beside Jordan sat Alex Martinez, a senior analyst who joined Strategic Insights 6 months earlier after completing his Ph.D. in biostatistics at the University of Washington. Alex was brilliant, methodical, and possessed an almost supernatural ability to spot statistical anomalies that others missed. He was also, Jordan had learned, utterly incapable of sugarcoating inconvenient truths. Dr. Vaughn, Alex said, consulting his tablet, could you help us understand the specific metrics your board considers most important? Our initial review suggests some complexity in how efficiency improvements should be measured. Dr. Vaughn's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. Cost per unit, time to market, quality control pass rates, and overall manufacturing throughput. These are standard pharmaceutical metrics. Of course, Alex said, his tone professionally neutral. We've been analyzing your data across all these dimensions. There are some interesting patterns that merit discussion. Jordan felt a familiar knot forming in her stomach. Alex's interesting patterns. typically indicated statistical irregularities that made simple narratives impossible. She'd learned to recognize the tone he used when data refused to cooperate with expectations. Perhaps we should start with the positive trends, Jordan suggested, hoping to establish a constructive foundation for conversation. Alex, what improvements can we document with confidence? Alex opened his laptop and pulled up a series of charts. Manufacturing throughput has increased by 12% over the past 18 months, he began. Quality control pass rates have improved from 87% to 91%, and time to market for new product lines has decreased by an average of 6 weeks. Dr. Vaughn's expression brightened noticeably. Excellent. Those are exactly the kinds of improvements our board wants to see. What about cost per unit? Alex hesitated, glancing at Jordan before answering. Cost per unit is more complicated. Complicated how? Dr. Vaughn asked, her voice sharpening. Jordan decided to take the lead. There are several ways to calculate cost per unit, depending on which costs you include and how you account for various factors. Alex has been working to identify the most accurate methodology. The challenge, Alex said, pulling up a new chart, is that different calculation methods yield significantly different results. If we include only direct manufacturing costs, cost per unit has decreased by 8%. If we include allocated overhead, the decrease is only 3%. If we include research and development amortization, costs have actually increased by 2%. Dr. Vaughn studied the chart with the focused attention of someone trained to interpret complex medical data. Which calculation method is most appropriate for our situation? That depends on your intended audience and purpose, Jordan said carefully. For operational management, direct manufacturing costs might be most relevant. For investors, fully allocated costs provide a more complete picture. For regulatory compliance, you might need to include R&D amortization. I see, Dr. Vaughn said slowly. And if we were presenting to our board of directors? Alex consulted his notes. Board presentations typically focus on metrics that demonstrate overall value creation. In that context, I'd recommend the fully allocated cost calculation, which shows a 3% improvement. But 8% sounds more impressive than 3%, Dr. Vaughn observed. Jordan felt the conversation approaching dangerous territory. It does. But the 8% figure excludes significant costs that your board would expect to see included in a comprehensive analysis. Dr. Vaughn leaned back in her chair, considering. Marcus mentioned that Strategic Insight specializes in presenting data in ways that support strategic objectives. How would you recommend we frame these efficiency improvements? This was the moment Jordan had been dreading. Dr. Vaughn wasn't asking for fraudulent reporting, but she was clearly seeking the most favorable interpretation of legitimately ambiguous data. It was a kind of request that fell into a gray area between analytical honesty and client service. There are several approaches we could take, Jordan said slowly. We could present multiple metrics and explain the context for each one. We could focus on trend directions rather than absolute numbers. Or we could benchmark your improvements against industry standards to provide comparative context. What do industry benchmarks show? Dr. Vaughn asked. Alex pulled up another chart. Industry-wide cost reductions averaged 1.5% over the same time period. So even your 3% improvement represents significant outperformance relative to competitors. Dr. Vaughn's face lit up. So we're performing twice as well as the industry average? In terms of cost reduction, yes, Alex confirmed, though we should note that some competitors achieved greater throughput improvements, while others had better quality control gains. The picture varies depending on which metrics you prioritize. Jordan watched Dr. Vaughn process this information, recognizing the mental calculation that executives performed when translating analytical complexity into boardroom presentations. The temptation to emphasize the most favorable comparisons while downplaying less impressive results was universal in corporate settings. Let me ask a hypothetical question, Dr. Vaughn said. If you were advising a pharmaceutical company on how to present 18 months of operational improvements to skeptical board members, what story would you tell? The question was artfully phrased to sound like a request for strategic advice rather than statistical manipulation. Jordan glanced at Alex, whose expression had shifted from professional politeness to barely concealed concern. Dr. Vaughn, Jordan said, I think the most compelling story is the honest one. Your company has achieved measurable improvements across multiple dimensions during a challenging period for the pharmaceutical industry. The specific numbers matter less than the consistent direction of improvement and your outperformance relative to competitors. But investors focus on specific numbers, Dr. Vaughn pressed. They want to see clear, quantifiable evidence of operational excellence. Alex leaned forward, his biostatistics training evident in his response. The challenge with emphasizing specific numbers is that they invite specific scrutiny. If your board or investors dig deeper into the methodology behind an 8% cost reduction, they'll discover the excluded costs and potentially question the credibility of the entire analysis. Are you suggesting we can't claim an 8% cost reduction? Dr. Vaughn asked, her tone cooling. I'm suggesting we need to be very clear about what that number includes and excludes, Alex replied. Transparency about methodology actually strengthens credibility rather than undermining it. Jordan sensed the conversation reaching a critical juncture. Dr. Vaughn was clearly frustrated with answers that complicated rather than simplified her board presentation challenges. But Alex was right about the importance of methodological transparency. Perhaps we could explore a different approach, Jordan suggested. Instead of focusing on single metrics, what if we presented a dashboard of improvements that tells a comprehensive story about operational excellence? She stood and moved the whiteboard, sketching out a framework. Manufacturing efficiency up 12%. Quality improvements reducing waste and rework. Faster time to market, providing competitive advantages. Cost management outperforming industry benchmarks. Each metric supports the overall narrative of strategic execution. Dr. Vaughn studied the framework with obvious interest. That's more sophisticated than a simple cost reduction percentage. It's also more defensible, Alex added. Each metric is clearly defined, properly contextualized, and honestly presented. Board members can understand both the individual improvements and their collective significance. But will it satisfy investors who want to see dramatic cost reductions? Dr. Vaughn asked. Jordan returned to her seat, choosing her words carefully. In my experience, sophisticated investors prefer comprehensive analyses over dramatic claims. They've seen too many companies report impressive numbers that don't withstand scrutiny. Dr. Vaughn was quiet for several minutes, studying the charts and frameworks spread across the conference table. Finally, she looked up with an expression Jordan couldn't quite read. I appreciate your thoroughness, she said slowly, but I'm concerned that your approach might be too academic for our current needs. Our board includes several members who prefer clear, simple messages over complex analytical frameworks. Alex shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Dr. Vaughn, could I ask about the consequences if board members or investors later discovered that key costs were excluded from efficiency calculations? Dr. Vaughn's expression hardened. Are you implying that we're considering misleading our stakeholders? Not at all, Alex replied quickly. I'm simply noting that statistical choices often become public during due diligence processes, regulatory reviews, or competitive analysis. What seems like favorable presentation today might create credibility challenges tomorrow. Jordan watched the interaction with growing concern. Alex was absolutely right about the long-term risks of aggressive statistical interpretation, but his direct approach was clearly antagonizing their client. Dr. Vaughn, Jordan interjected, I think Alex is raising an important point about sustainable credibility. What if we presented the 8% direct cost reduction alongside the 3% fully allocated reduction, explaining why both numbers are relevant for different purposes? That sounds like we're hedging our bets rather than making clear claims about operational performance, Dr. Vaughn replied. Or it sounds like we're being thorough and transparent, Jordan countered. Different stakeholders need different information to make informed decisions. Dr. Vaughn gathered her materials and stood up from the table. I need to think about this, she said. Marcus assured me that strategic insights could help us present our improvements in the most compelling way possible. What you're suggesting feels more like academic caution than strategic consulting. As Dr. Vaughn left the conference room, Jordan and Alex sat in uncomfortable silence. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Seattle's afternoon skyline stretched toward Elliott Bay, where cargo ships carried goods between markets that demanded both profitability and honesty, two objectives that didn't always align perfectly. Did I just lose as a client? Alex asked quietly. Jordan sighed, gathering her own materials. I don't know, but you raise the right questions. Should I have been less direct? Jordan considered the question as they walked toward the elevator. In the short term, maybe. In the long term, definitely not. Dr. Vaughn is smart enough to understand the risks you identified, even if she doesn't want to hear them right now. The elevator doors opened, and they descended in contemplative silence. Jordan thought about the conversation they just left, recognizing familiar patterns from dozens of similar client interactions. Executives under pressure sought analyses that supported necessary conclusions rather than complicated, convenient narratives. Back at their desks, Jordan found a message from Marcus requesting a briefing on the Medicore meeting. She walked to his corner office, where he was reviewing financial projections on his dual monitors. How did it go with Dr. Vaughn? Marcus asked without looking up from his screens. Complicated, Jordan replied. She wanted to emphasize cost reductions that look impressive but might not withstand scrutiny. Marcus finally turned away from his monitors, giving Jordan his full attention. Define might not withstand scrutiny. Jordan explained the different cost calculation methodologies and their varying results. She described Alex's concerns about long-term credibility and Dr. Vaughn's preference for simple, dramatic messaging. So we have a client who wants to claim 8% cost reductions instead of 3%, Marcus summarized. What's our recommendation? Present both numbers with clear explanations of what they include. Let Medicore choose which metric best serves their communication objectives, but ensure they understand the implications of each choice. Marcus leaned back in his chair, considering. That's diplomatically sound, but it puts the burden of statistical interpretation on the client. They're paying us to provide clear recommendations, not multiple options with academic disclaimers. But Marcus, Jordan said, if we recommend the 8% figure and it later creates credibility problems, that damages our reputation along with theirs. And if we're too conservative and lose engagement to a competitor who's willing to be more aggressive, that damages our reputation in a different way, Marcus countered. Jordan recognized a fundamental tension that defined much of her professional life, the space between analytical honesty and commercial viability. What if Alex and I prepare two presentation approaches? One emphasizing the higher cost reduction figures, one using the comprehensive dashboard framework. Medicore can choose based on their assessment of stakeholder expectations. Marcus nodded approvingly. That works. Give them options, but make sure our analysis supports whichever approach they select. Dr. Vaughn is dealing with real pressure from real board members with real consequences for her career. As Jordan returned to her desk, she found Alex staring at a computer screen with an expression of deep concentration. Find something interesting? She asked. Maybe, Alex replied, turning his monitor so Jordan could see. I've been digging deeper into Medicore's data, and there's something odd about their quality control improvements. The screen showed a detailed analysis of Medicore's quality control pass rates over the past 18 months. Alex had broken down the data by product line, manufacturing facility, and time period, creating a granular picture of where improvements had occurred. Look at this pattern, Alex said, highlighting specific data points. The quality improvements aren't distributed evenly across all operations. They're concentrated in 3 specific product lines at 2 specific facilities. Jordan studied the analysis. That's not necessarily problematic. Targeted improvements might be more effective than broad-based changes. True, Alex agreed. But look at the timing. The improvements began exactly when Medicore started implementing new statistical process controls. And they accelerated precisely when the company began this efficiency initiative. You think they're gaming the quality metrics? I think they might be unconsciously selecting which defects to count as quality failures, Alex said carefully. The borderline cases that might have been classified as failures 18 months ago are now being classified as acceptable variations. Jordan felt her stomach sink. Can you prove that? Not definitively, but the statistical patterns are suspicious. The improvement curve is too smooth, too consistent, and too perfectly aligned with corporate objectives. They spent the next hour reviewing Alex's analysis, looking for alternative explanations for the patterns he'd identified. By the time they finished, Jordan was convinced that Medicore's quality improvements, while real, were probably overstated due to unconscious changes in classification standards. "What do we do with this?" Jordan asked. Alex looked thoughtful. "We could present it as a question about measurement consistency. Suggest that Medicore review their quality classification standards to ensure comparability across time periods." "That's diplomatic," Jordan agreed, "and it gives them a chance to address the issue before we raise it explicitly." As they prepared to leave the office that evening, Jordan's phone buzzed with a text from Emma's teacher. "Emma's science fair project won second place. She'll be so excited to tell you about her statistical analysis of plant growth data." Jordan smiled, thinking about her daughter's enthusiasm for following evidence wherever it led. Emma had spent weeks carefully measuring plant growth, recording observations, and analyzing patterns without worrying about whether her conclusions matched her initial hypotheses. "Alex," Jordan said as they waited for the elevator, "do you ever wonder what would happen if we approached consulting the way kids approach science fair projects?" Alex grinned. "You mean focusing on what the data actually shows instead of what we wanted to show?" "Exactly. I think we'd probably lose some clients," Alex said thoughtfully, "but we'd sleep better at night." The elevator doors opened, and they descended toward the parking garage, carrying with them a weight of analyses that told stories no one particularly wanted to hear. Outside, Seattle's evening traffic moved in predictable patterns toward homes where people tried to balance professional success with personal integrity. Jordan thought about the choices ahead, how to present Medicore's efficiency improvements honestly while serving their legitimate business needs. Tomorrow, she'd help Dr. Vaughn navigate the space between statistical accuracy and strategic communication. Tonight, she'd celebrate her daughter's science fair victory and remember what it felt like to pursue truth for its own sake, regardless of whether the results matched expectations. Chapter 4: Emotional Manipulation. The Seattle Center Conference Hall buzzed with the muted energy of 300 nonprofit leaders, their conversations a mixture of passionate advocacy and careful political positioning. Jordan adjusted her name tag, Jordan Keller, Strategic Insights, and surveyed the room where she spent the last 6 hours listening to presentations about organizational restructuring, cost reduction initiatives, and what the keynote speaker had euphemistically called strategic right-sizing. At the center of the room's attention stood Victoria Hensley, Executive Director of Pacific Northwest Children's Alliance, her silver hair catching the afternoon light streaming through the convention center's glass walls. For 15 years, Victoria had built PNCA into one of the region's most respected child welfare organizations, but recent funding cuts and increased demand for services had created what she described as an unprecedented crisis requiring unprecedented solutions. Jordan's assignment was straightforward: help PNCA develop a restructuring plan that would maintain service quality while reducing operating costs by 20%. What she hadn't anticipated was the emotional complexity of analyzing an organization where every dollar cut potentially affected vulnerable children's lives. Ms. Keller, a young woman with determined eyes and a clipboard, approached Jordan's table in the conference hall's networking area. "I'm Sarah Kim, PNCA's program director. Victoria asked me to brief you on our community impact data before tomorrow's board meeting." Jordan recognized Sarah from the organizational chart she'd been studying. At 28, Sarah oversaw PNCA's direct service programs and had earned a reputation for fiery advocacy on behalf of the families the organization served. She was also, according to Victoria, the staff member most opposed to any service reductions. "Of course," Jordan said, gathering her materials. "Should we find somewhere quieter to talk?" Sarah led her to a small conference room off the main hall, where she'd arranged stacks of reports, photographs, and testimonial letters. The wall was covered with charts showing client demographics, service outcomes, and, most prominently, a timeline of recent funding cuts from federal, state, and local sources. "Before we talk about restructuring," Sarah began, her voice carrying the intensity of someone fighting for causes larger than herself, "I need you to understand what we're really discussing. These aren't abstract budget line items. They're children's lives." She handed Jordan a thick folder labeled Impact Stories, 2023. Inside were dozens of case studies, each documenting how PNCA's interventions had affected specific families. Jordan found herself reading about children removed from dangerous situations, families reunified after crisis intervention, and teenagers aging out of foster care who'd received transitional support. "This is Marcus Rodriguez," Sarah said, pointing to a photograph of a serious-looking 12-year-old boy. "When we first met him, he was living in a car with his mother and 2 younger siblings. PNCA's emergency housing program provided them with temporary shelter, while our family stabilization team helped his mother find permanent housing and employment." Jordan studied the photo and the accompanying case notes. Marcus was now in 7th grade, maintaining a B+ average, and his mother had been employed as a medical assistant for 18 months. "Marcus's story is powerful," Jordan said carefully, "but I'm wondering about the broader patterns. Do you have aggregated outcome data that shows how interventions affect client populations over time?" Sarah's expression tightened slightly. "Of course we track outcomes, but data doesn't capture the human reality of what happens when funding gets cut." She pulled out another folder, this one labeled Budget Impact Projections. The documents inside painted a stark picture. A 20% budget reduction would require eliminating emergency housing assistance for approximately 40 families, reducing family reunification services by 30%, and cutting transitional support for aging-out youth entirely. "If we implement these cuts," Sarah continued, "we're essentially telling vulnerable children that our donors' comfort matters more than their safety." Jordan felt the familiar tension between analytical objectivity and human empathy. Sarah wasn't wrong about the consequences of budget cuts, but her presentation was designed to make rational analysis emotionally difficult. "Sarah," Jordan said, "I understand the human impact of these decisions. That's exactly why we need to approach restructuring systematically, to minimize harm while maintaining organizational sustainability." "Organizational sustainability?" Sarah's voice rose slightly. "What about family sustainability? What about keeping children safe?" Jordan recognized a rhetorical technique, framing the conversation as a choice between organizational interests and child welfare, when the reality was more complex. If PNCA became financially unsustainable, it couldn't help anyone. "Can we look at the efficiency data?" Jordan asked, hoping to redirect the conversation toward analytical territory. "I'd like to understand which programs generate the strongest outcomes per dollar invested." Sarah reluctantly produced a spreadsheet showing program costs and client outcomes. Jordan studied the numbers, noting that emergency housing assistance, while emotionally compelling, served relatively few families at high per-case costs, while prevention services reached many more families at lower costs. "This is interesting," Jordan said, highlighting specific columns. "Your family stabilization program serves 3 times as many families as emergency housing, at about 40% of the per-family cost. The outcomes look comparable in terms of long-term stability. But emergency housing serves the most desperate families," Sarah protested. "These are children who would be sleeping in cars or on the street without our intervention." "I understand that," Jordan replied. "But if we can prevent families from reaching crisis situations in the first place, wouldn't that be more effective than responding to emergencies after they occur?" Sarah leaned back in her chair, studying Jordan with obvious frustration. "You're talking about children like they're statistics in a cost-benefit analysis." "I'm talking about children like they're human beings who deserve the most effective help we can provide with available resources," Jordan countered. "If we can serve more families by reallocating resources from expensive emergency responses to less expensive prevention services, isn't that better for children overall?" "Tell that to Marcus Rodriguez," Sarah said, returning to the photograph of the 12-year-old boy. "Tell him that we should have let him sleep in a car while we focus on prevention services for other families." Jordan felt the conversation slipping into the emotional territory that Sarah clearly preferred. Every rational argument could be countered with specific examples of individual children who would suffer from service changes. It was a powerful rhetorical strategy, but it made systematic analysis nearly impossible. "Sarah," Jordan said, trying a different approach, "what if we could design a restructuring plan that maintained emergency services while expanding prevention programs? Would that address your concerns?" "With a 20% budget cut?" How is that mathematically possible? Jordan pulled out her laptop and opened a spreadsheet she'd been developing. By improving operational efficiency, consolidating administrative functions, and potentially restructuring staff roles to eliminate redundancies. She showed Sarah a preliminary analysis suggesting that PNCA could reduce administrative costs by 12%, consolidate duplicated case management functions, and cross-train staff to handle multiple program areas. The savings would be sufficient to maintain current service levels while reducing overall spending. Sarah studied the spreadsheet with obvious skepticism. This assumes that staff can be cross-trained without losing specialized expertise. Child welfare work requires very specific skills and experience. You're absolutely right, Jordan agreed, which is why any restructuring would need extensive staff input and careful implementation planning. I'm not suggesting we compromise service quality. I'm suggesting we find ways to deliver the same quality more efficiently. For the next hour, Jordan and Sarah worked through the operational analysis, identifying specific areas where efficiency improvements might be possible without reducing service effectiveness. Sarah's resistance gradually shifted from emotional opposition to technical skepticism, a change Jordan recognized as progress toward constructive problem-solving. I still don't like the idea of any service reductions, Sarah said finally, but I can see how some of these operational changes might work. Jordan was closing her laptop when Sarah produced one final folder, this one labeled Community Testimonials. Inside were letters from parents, teachers, social workers, and community leaders describing PNCA's impact on their work and lives. I want you to read these before you finalize any recommendations, Sarah said. These people aren't statistics. They're stakeholders who depend on our services. Jordan accepted the folder, recognizing another emotional appeal, but also understanding Sarah's genuine concern for constituency impact. I'll read every one, she promised. That evening, Jordan sat in her home office while Emma worked on homework at the kitchen table, reading testimonial after testimonial from PNCA's community supporters. The letters were heartfelt, personal, and absolutely convinced that any reduction in PNCA's services would constitute a betrayal of the community's most vulnerable members. Mom, Emma called from the kitchen, can you help me with this math problem? I'm supposed to figure out which option gives the best value for the money. Jordan smiled, recognizing the irony. What are the options? I can buy a small bag of candy for $2, a medium bag for $3, or a large bag for $4.50. Which is the best deal? Jordan walked to the kitchen table, where Emma had drawn charts comparing price per ounce for each option. What do you think? The large bag has the lowest cost per ounce, Emma said, but I don't need that much candy. So maybe the medium bag is better because I'll actually eat all of it. That's excellent thinking, Jordan said, sitting down beside her daughter. You're considering not just a unit cost, but the practical value based on our actual needs. Emma beamed with pride. Ms. Patterson says we should always think about the whole picture, not just the numbers. Jordan thought about Emma's wisdom as she returned to the testimonial letters. Each letter told a compelling story about PNCA's value, but they also reflected what economists called anchoring bias, the tendency to evaluate options based on current conditions rather than considering alternative uses of the same resources. Her phone rang, interrupting her reading. Victoria Hensley's voice carried the weariness of someone who'd spent 15 years fighting for adequate funding. Jordan, I hope Sarah didn't overwhelm you with emotional appeals this afternoon. She means well, but she sometimes loses sight of fiscal realities. Actually, I found our conversation very helpful, Jordan replied. Sarah raised important questions about maintaining service quality during restructuring. Of course she did, Victoria said with fond exasperation. Sarah sees every budget cut as a moral failing. What she doesn't understand is that organizational survival sometimes requires difficult choices. Jordan sensed an opportunity to explore the emotional dynamics affecting PNCA's decision-making. Victoria, how do you balance community needs with financial constraints? It must be challenging to make rational decisions when every option affects vulnerable populations. Victoria was quiet for a moment. 20 years ago, when I started in nonprofit management, I thought good intentions were sufficient. I believed that caring deeply about our mission would somehow generate the resources we needed. What changed your perspective? Reality, Victoria said with a bitter laugh. I watched 3 excellent organizations collapse because they couldn't balance mission passion with operational discipline. Good intentions don't pay rent or salaries. Jordan understood the tension Victoria described. Nonprofit leaders face unique pressures to maintain emotional commitment to their missions while making analytically sound business decisions. The combination often created cognitive dissonance that made clear thinking difficult. Victoria, what would happen if PNCA became financially unsustainable? What would that mean for the families you serve? That's exactly the question Sarah refuses to consider, Victoria replied. She acts like maintaining current service levels is the only ethical choice, regardless of financial consequences. But if we bankrupt the organization trying to serve everyone, we end up serving no one. Jordan spent another hour reading testimonials and analyzing PNCA's operational data. By the time she finished, she'd identified a pattern that troubled her. The organization's most emotionally compelling programs were also its least cost-effective, while its most efficient programs generated less dramatic testimonials. It was a classic example of what behavioral economists called availability bias, the tendency to overweight vivid, memorable examples while underweighting statistical patterns. Emergency housing generated powerful stories about children rescued from desperate situations, but prevention services quietly helped many more families avoid crises altogether. The next morning, Jordan arrived at PNCA's offices for the board meeting that would determine the organization's future direction. The conference room was packed with board members, staff representatives, and community advocates, all of whom had strong opinions about the proposed restructuring. Victoria introduced Jordan's presentation, emphasizing the need for objective analysis during difficult decision-making. But as Jordan began presenting her efficiency recommendations, she could see the emotional resistance building in the room. Ms. Keller, interrupted board member Robertson, a local businessman who'd founded a successful restaurant chain. These operational efficiencies sound reasonable in theory, but nonprofit work isn't like running a business. You can't optimize human services the way you optimize manufacturing processes. Jordan had anticipated this objection. You're absolutely right that human services require different approaches than manufacturing, but that doesn't mean efficiency principles don't apply. If we can serve more families with the same resources, or serve the same families with fewer resources, isn't that better stewardship of community investments? Sarah Kim leaned forward from her seat in the back of the room. But what about families like the Rodriguez family? What about children who need emergency intervention right now? The room filled with murmurs of agreement. Jordan recognized the emotional appeal, but also saw an opportunity to reframe the discussion. Sarah raises an important point about emergency needs, Jordan said. But let me ask a different question. What if we could prevent the Rodriguez family from reaching crisis in the first place? What if our resources were allocated to identify and support struggling families before they ended up homeless? Board member Patricia Williams, a retired social worker, nodded thoughtfully. That's the old public health model. Prevention versus treatment. It's more cost-effective and less dramatic for families. Exactly, Jordan agreed. Emergency housing helps 40 families per year, at an average cost of $8,000 per family. Family stabilization services help 120 families per year, at an average cost of $3,000 per family. Both programs are valuable, but one serves 3 times as many families for the same total investment. The room fell quiet as board members processed this comparison. Jordan could see the analytical appeal of prevention services competing with the emotional appeal of emergency intervention. Robertson spoke up again. So you're recommending we eliminate emergency housing? I'm recommending we gradually shift resources from high-cost emergency responses to lower-cost prevention services, Jordan clarified. We could maintain a smaller emergency housing program while significantly expanding prevention services. That still means some children won't get emergency help when they need it, Sarah protested. And it means many more children won't need emergency help because they'll receive prevention services, Jordan responded. The question is whether we want to help 40 families in crisis or prevent 120 families from reaching crisis. Victoria took control of the discussion. I think Jordan has presented a thoughtful analysis that balances mission effectiveness with fiscal responsibility. The question for this board is whether we're willing to make difficult decisions based on evidence rather than emotion. The debate continued for another 2 hours, with board members wrestling between their emotional commitment to emergency services and the analytical case for prevention services. Jordan watched the discussion with fascination, recognizing how emotional appeals and rational arguments competed for influence over decision-making. Finally, the board voted to accept Jordan's recommendations with modifications. They would implement operational efficiencies, expand prevention services, and maintain a reduced emergency housing program. It wasn't the purely analytical solution Jordan had proposed, but it represented a compromise between emotional appeals and rational analysis. As the meeting concluded, Sarah approached Jordan with an expression of grudging respect. "I still don't like reducing emergency services," she said, "but I can see how prevention might help more families overall." "That's all I can ask for," Jordan replied. Sometimes the most caring approach isn't the most emotionally satisfying approach. Jordan drove home through Seattle's evening traffic, thinking about the complex relationship between emotion and analysis in decision-making. Sarah's passionate advocacy had forced her to consider the human impact of abstract recommendations. Victoria's strategic thinking had provided necessary discipline for mission-driven work. At home, she found Emma working on another math problem, this one involving charitable giving scenarios. "If you have $10 to donate," Emma read aloud, "and you can either give it all to help one person a lot or split it to help 5 people a little bit, which is better?" Jordan smiled, recognizing that her 8-year-old daughter was grappling with the same fundamental questions that had consumed her professional day. "What do you think?" Emma considered the question seriously. "I guess it depends on how much help each person needs, and whether helping 5 people a little bit actually makes a difference." "That's very wise thinking," Jordan said, sitting down beside her daughter. "Sometimes the most helpful choice isn't the most obvious choice." As they worked through Emma's homework together, Jordan reflected on the day's lessons about emotional manipulation in decision-making. Sarah's appeals weren't dishonest. They were authentic expressions of deep concern for vulnerable populations. But they were also strategic attempts to make rational analysis emotionally difficult. The challenge, Jordan realized, wasn't eliminating emotion from decision-making. Emotion provided important information about values and consequences. The challenge was ensuring that emotional appeals didn't overwhelm analytical thinking, and that analytical thinking didn't ignore emotional realities. Outside their kitchen window, Seattle's lights twinkled in the darkness, each one representing families and communities grappling with their own versions of difficult choices between limited resources and unlimited needs. Tomorrow, Jordan would help another organization navigate the space between heart and mind, between caring and thinking, between doing what felt right and doing what evidence suggested would work best. Tonight, she was grateful for a daughter wise enough to ask whether helping 5 people a little bit actually made a difference, the kind of question that lay at the heart of both effective analysis and genuine compassion. Chapter 5, Groupthink Dysfunction. The conference room at Nexus Technologies felt more like a corporate shrine than a workspace. Awards covered the walls. Best places of work, innovation leader, customer satisfaction excellence, while the polished mahogany table reflected the confident faces of 12 senior executives who built one of Seattle's most successful software companies. Jordan sat at the far end of the table, her laptop open to a presentation that would challenge everything this leadership team believed about their organizational culture. "Ladies and gentlemen," announced CEO Richard Morrison, his silver hair perfectly styled and his manner radiating the charismatic authority that had made him a legend in Seattle's tech community. "We're here today because Nexus Technologies is facing our greatest challenge in 15 years of operation." Morrison clicked his remote, and the wall screen displayed a news headline that had dominated tech industry coverage for the past month. Nexus Technologies under investigation for systematic age discrimination. Below the headline was a photograph of the company's gleaming headquarters, now associated with federal lawsuits and congressional hearings rather than innovation awards. Strategic Insights is here to help us understand how we got to this point and, more importantly, how we move forward. Morrison continued. his voice carrying a confident tone of someone accustomed to overcoming obstacles through determination and teamwork. Jordan Keller comes highly recommended for her work with organizations facing complex cultural challenges. Jordan surveyed the faces around the table, recognizing many from the tech industry profiles she'd studied while preparing for this engagement. Chief Technology Officer Angela Chun, 42, who'd been Morrison's right hand for a decade. Head of Human Resources Michael Torres, 38, whose diversity initiatives had won multiple industry awards. Chief Operating Officer Jennifer Walsh, 45, known for her operational excellence and fierce loyalty to the Nexus culture. What struck Jordan immediately was how remarkably similar they all looked, not in terms of ethnicity or gender, but in terms of age, educational background, and professional demeanor. Despite the company's public commitment to diversity, the senior leadership team consisted entirely of people between 35 and 50, nearly all with MBAs from prestigious programs, all radiating the same confident, optimistic energy that had made Nexus famous for a collaborative culture. Before we discuss moving forward, Jordan said, opening her presentation, I'd like to understand how leadership decisions are typically made at Nexus. Could someone walk me through your standard process for major strategic choices? Angela Chen leaned forward eagerly. We're very proud of our collaborative approach, she said. Every major decision goes through extensive team discussion, consensus building, and collective commitment. We don't believe in top-down mandates or autocratic leadership. That's one of our core values, added Michael Torres. Inclusive decision-making, open communication, and shared ownership of outcomes. It's what makes Nexus different from traditional tech companies. Jordan made notes as the executives enthusiastically described their decision-making culture. Team retreats where strategic directions emerged through collective brainstorming. All-hands meetings where dissenting voices were encouraged and valued. Performance reviews that emphasized collaboration and cultural fit alongside technical competence. It sounds like a very thoughtful approach, Jordan said. Can someone give me a specific example of how this process worked for a recent major decision? The room fell quiet for a moment before Jennifer Walsh spoke up. Our decision to focus on enterprise clients rather than consumer markets, she said. About 3 years ago, we spent 6 months in intensive strategic planning sessions involving team leaders from every department. And how did you reach consensus on that direction? Jordan asked. Through careful analysis and open dialogue, Morrison replied. We examined market trends, competitive positioning, internal capabilities, all the standard strategic factors. But most importantly, we listened to each other and found common ground. Jordan pulled up a slide showing Nexus's leadership demographics over the past 5 years. I've been studying your organizational structure, she said, and I'm curious about something. During those strategic planning sessions, what was the age range of participants? Angela Chun looked puzzled by the question. Age range? I'm not sure why that's relevant. We selected participants based on expertise and leadership capabilities. Of course, Jordan agreed. But looking at the data, it appears that most of the strategic planning team members were between 35 and 45 years old. Was that intentional? Michael Torres shifted uncomfortably in his seat. We promote based on merit and performance, he said defensively. Age isn't a factor in our leadership development process. I'm not suggesting it was intentional, Jordan clarified, but I'm wondering whether the demographic similarity might have affected the range of perspectives in your strategic discussions. Jennifer Walsh frowned. Are you implying that our decision-making process was flawed because we didn't include enough older or younger employees? Jordan recognized the defensive tone that often emerged when groups were asked to examine their own composition and processes. I'm suggesting that demographic homogeneity, whether in age, background, or experience, can sometimes limit the range of perspectives available during important discussions. She clicked to the next slide, which showed employment data broken down by age groups. Here's what I find interesting. 3 years ago, when you were making the enterprise-focused decision, Nexus employed significant numbers of people both over 50 and under 30. But very few of those employees participated in the strategic planning process. Morrison leaned back in his chair, his expression shifting from confident to cautious. Jordan, Are you suggesting that our strategic decision was wrong because we didn't include enough diverse age perspectives? I'm not evaluating the quality of your strategic decision, Jordan replied. I'm examining the process by which you reached that decision, and whether that same process might have contributed to the cultural issues you're facing now. She clicked to another slide showing the timeline of age discrimination complaints at Nexus. The pattern was striking. Complaints had begun increasing shortly after the enterprise-focused decision, particularly from employees over 45 who felt their contributions were being undervalued in the new strategic direction. This is interesting data, Jordan continued, but I'd like to hear your perspectives on what it might mean. Angela, as someone who was deeply involved in the strategic planning process, did you notice any patterns in how different viewpoints were received or valued during those discussions? Angela looked thoughtful. We had very productive conversations, she said slowly. Everyone was encouraged to share their ideas, and we built consensus around the most promising directions. But were there dissenting views that didn't gain traction? Jordan pressed. Ideas that were discussed but ultimately dismissed? The room fell uncomfortably quiet. Finally, Jennifer Walsh spoke up. There were some concerns raised about moving away from consumer markets. A few people thought we were abandoning our innovative roots. Can you tell me more about those concerns? Jennifer glanced around the table before responding. Some of the older engineers and product managers felt that enterprise software was less creative, less cutting-edge than consumer products. They worried we'd become just another boring B2B company. And how did the group respond to those concerns? We listened respectfully, Michael Torres said quickly, but we also explained why the enterprise direction made more business sense. Eventually, everyone came around to supporting the decision. Jordan made more notes, recognizing a pattern she'd seen in many organizations. When you say everyone came around, do you mean they became genuinely convinced or they stopped raising objections? Morrison's expression hardened slightly. Jordan, I'm not sure where you're going with this line of questioning. We made a successful strategic decision through inclusive processes. Our enterprise focus has generated tremendous growth and profitability. You're absolutely right about the business success, Jordan agreed. But I'm trying to understand the cultural dynamics that might have contributed to your current legal challenges. She clicked to a new slide showing exit interview data from the past 3 years. This shows feedback from employees who left Nexus during the enterprise transition. What patterns do you notice? The data revealed consistent themes. Older employees feeling that their expertise was no longer valued. Younger employees feeling pressure to conform to established viewpoints. And widespread concerns about the company's shifting culture from innovative risk-taking to conservative consensus building. Angela Chin studied the slide with obvious discomfort. Some people always resist change, she said. That's natural in any organization going through strategic transitions. That's true, Jordan said. But look at the specific language in these exit interviews. Phrases like, my ideas weren't taken seriously, felt pressure to agree with the majority, and dissent was discouraged despite official policies. Do those sound like the experiences you'd expect in a truly inclusive decision-making process? The room's atmosphere had shifted noticeably. The confident energy that had characterized the early discussion was being replaced by defensive uncertainty. Jordan, Morrison said, his voice taking on the authoritative tone of someone accustomed to controlling conversations, I think you're reading too much into isolated complaints from disgruntled former employees. Nexus has always been committed to inclusive leadership and open communication. Jordan recognized a moment when groupthink dynamics began protecting themselves. Rather than examining evidence that challenged their self-perception, the leadership team was starting to dismiss that evidence as irrelevant or biased. Richard, can I ask about the specific processes you use to encourage dissent and alternative viewpoints during strategic discussions? Of course, Morrison replied. We explicitly ask for different perspectives. We create safe spaces for honest dialogue. And we reward people for bringing up concerns or alternative ideas. Those are excellent policies, Jordan said. But I'm curious about implementation. Jennifer, can you think of a recent meeting where someone successfully challenged a majority viewpoint and changed the group's direction? Jennifer looked around the table, clearly searching her memory for such an example. We We encourage people to raise concerns, she said slowly, and we definitely consider alternative viewpoints. But can you think of a specific instance where dissent actually changed a decision? The silence stretched uncomfortably. Finally, Michael Torres spoke up. Sometimes the best ideas emerge through consensus rather than conflict. When everyone contributes to developing a solution, you don't necessarily have obvious cases of dissent changing outcomes. Jordan nodded, recognizing the rationalization. That's an interesting point, Michael. But research on group decision-making suggests that the absence of visible dissent often indicates that dissent is being discouraged or suppressed, rather than that everyone genuinely agrees. She clicked to a new slide showing academic research on groupthink phenomena. Studies of high-performing teams show that the best decisions typically emerge from processes that actively encourage and protect minority viewpoints, even when those viewpoints are ultimately not adopted. Angela Chen looked skeptical. Are you suggesting that we should deliberately create conflict during strategic discussions? I'm suggesting that you should distinguish between productive disagreement and destructive conflict, Jordan replied. Productive disagreement tests assumptions, identifies blind spots, and improves decision quality. Destructive conflict undermines team cohesion and organizational effectiveness. Morrison leaned forward, his expression intense. Jordan, let me be very clear about something. Nexus has built an extraordinary culture of collaboration and mutual respect. We don't have the kind of toxic, politically charged environment that creates age discrimination. Our people work together, support each other, and make decisions based on what's best for the company. Jordan felt the full force of the group's resistance to examining their own processes. Richard, I absolutely believe that everyone in this room is committed to fairness and inclusion. But I'm wondering whether your strong culture consensus might inadvertently discourage the kind of productive dissent that protects minority viewpoints. She clicked to another slide showing the timeline of age discrimination complaints alongside meeting minutes from strategic planning sessions. Look at this pattern. As your consensus-building processes became more refined and efficient, reports of feeling excluded or undervalued increased among employees who didn't fit the dominant demographic profile. Jennifer Walsh studied the data with growing concern. Are you saying that our collaborative culture actually contributed to discrimination? I'm saying that very strong cultures, even positive ones, can sometimes become exclusionary without anyone intending them to be, Jordan replied. When cultural fit becomes an important criterion for advancement, and when consensus becomes a primary decision-making method, people who think differently or come from different backgrounds may find themselves gradually marginalized. The room fell silent as the executives processed this uncomfortable possibility. Jordan watched their faces, seeing the cognitive dissonance created by evidence that challenged their fundamental beliefs about their organization and themselves. So, what are you recommending? Morrison asked finally, his voice stripped of its earlier confidence. Jordan clicked to her final slide. Protecting minority viewpoints in consensus cultures. First, implement formal processes that require consideration of alternative perspectives before reaching consensus. Second, create explicit roles for people to advocate for minority viewpoints during strategic discussions. Third, track patterns in who speaks, whose ideas are adopted, and whose concerns are dismissed. That sounds very mechanical, Angela Chen said. Part of what makes our culture special is its organic, authentic nature. I understand that concern, Jordan replied, but consider the alternative. Without formal protections for dissent, your organic culture may be systematically excluding valuable perspectives without anyone realizing it. Michael Torres looked thoughtful. What would this look like practically? How do we balance structured dissent with authentic collaboration? Jordan spent the next hour walking the leadership team through specific techniques for encouraging productive disagreement while maintaining team cohesion. Assign rotating devil's advocate roles. Require teams to identify and address the strongest arguments against their preferred solutions. Create anonymous channels for raising concerns about group decisions. As the meeting concluded, Morrison approached Jordan privately. This has been illuminating, he said slowly. I genuinely believe we had created an inclusive culture. The possibility that our consensus building might have been exclusionary is disturbing. Richard, Jordan said, The fact that you're willing to examine these possibilities is exactly what will help Nexus move forward. Most organizations never question their own cultural assumptions. Jordan drove home through Seattle's afternoon traffic, thinking about the delicate balance between team cohesion and intellectual diversity. Nexus's leadership team genuinely cared about inclusion and fairness, but their strong consensus culture had inadvertently created pressure for conformity. At home, she found Emma working on a school project about different forms of government. "Mom," Emma called from the kitchen table, "what's the difference between democracy and consensus?" Jordan sat down beside her daughter, recognizing another opportunity to explore the themes that had dominated her professional day. "That's a great question. What do you think?" Emma consulted her textbook. "Democracy is when everyone votes and the majority wins. Consensus is when everyone has to agree before making a decision." "Both good definitions," Jordan said. "Which one do you think works better?" Emma considered the question seriously. "Democracy seems faster, but consensus seems fairer because nobody gets ignored." "But what if consensus means that people feel pressure to agree even when they don't really want to?" Emma's eyes widened as she grasped the complexity. "Then it's not really fair either, is it? People might just pretend to agree to avoid causing problems." Jordan smiled, amazed once again by her daughter's ability to identify the core issues in complex situations. "That's exactly the problem some grown-ups face in their work. How do you think we could solve it?" Emma thought for a moment. "Maybe you could have rules that make sure everyone gets to say what they really think, even if other people disagree." "That's very wise," Jordan said. "Sometimes protecting the right to disagree is just as important as reaching agreement." As they worked through Emma's homework together, Jordan reflected on the day's lessons about the hidden dangers of consensus culture. Nexus's executives weren't bad people. They were well-intentioned leaders who created sophisticated systems for collaborative decision-making. But their very sophistication had made it difficult to recognize when consensus became conformity. The challenge, Jordan realized, wasn't eliminating consensus building. It was ensuring that consensus emerged from genuine consideration of diverse perspectives rather than pressure for agreement. Like many organizational problems, the solution required constant vigilance against the human tendency to mistake harmony for truth. Outside their kitchen window, Seattle's evening lights began to twinkle, each one representing individuals navigating their own complex relationships between belonging and independence, between team loyalty and personal integrity. Tomorrow, Jordan would help another organization examine the assumptions they'd never thought to question. Tonight, she was grateful for a daughter wise enough to understand that protecting the right to disagree might be just as important as reaching agreement. Chapter 6. Causation Confusion. The rain-soaked streets of Bellevue stretch beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows of Quantum Dynamics' executive conference room, where Jordan found herself staring at the most perplexing set of performance metrics she'd encountered in 6 years of consulting. On the table before her lay 18 months of data from one of the Pacific Northwest's most innovative clean energy companies. Data that told a story so compelling and so suspicious that she spent 3 sleepless nights trying to understand what she was really seeing. "Ms. Keller," said Dr. James Harrison, Quantum Dynamics Chief Executive Officer, as he entered the conference room with the purposeful stride of someone accustomed to transforming complex problems into elegant solutions. At 45, Harrison possessed a rare combination of advanced technical expertise and business acumen that had made him a legend in Seattle's clean energy sector. His Ph.D. in electrical engineering from MIT was matched by an MBA from Stanford, and his track record of successful product launches had attracted over $200 million in venture capital investment. "Thank you for coming on such short notice," Harrison continued, settling into his chair with the confident manner of someone who'd never encountered a problem he couldn't solve through careful analysis and strategic thinking. "We have a situation that requires immediate attention from someone with your analytical expertise." Jordan opened her laptop and pulled up the preliminary analysis she'd been developing since receiving Harrison's urgent call 3 days earlier. "Dr. Harrison, I have to admit that your performance data is unlike anything I've seen before. The correlations are almost too perfect." Harrison's expression brightened with obvious pride. "That's exactly what makes this situation so exciting," he said. "We've discovered what appears to be a revolutionary approach to employee productivity optimization. The results are so dramatic that our board is pushing for immediate implementation across all departments. He clicked his remote, and the wall screen displayed a series of charts that looked like a business consultant's fantasy. Employee productivity metrics, customer satisfaction scores, and product development timelines all showed remarkable improvements over the past 18 months. Improvements that coincided precisely with the implementation of Quantum Dynamics' new integrated wellness program. "Look at these numbers," Harrison said, his voice carrying the enthusiasm of someone sharing groundbreaking research findings. "Since implementing our comprehensive wellness initiative, employee productivity has increased by 27%, customer satisfaction has improved by 19%, and our product development cycle has accelerated by 35%. Jordan studied the data with growing unease. The correlations were indeed remarkable, so remarkable that they triggered every statistical warning bell she developed during her career. "Dr. Harrison, these improvements are impressive, but I have some questions about causation versus correlation." Harrison looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "The timeline is clear. We implemented the wellness program, and performance improved dramatically across all metrics." Jordan clicked to her own presentation, which she prepared to explore exactly this question. "Let me show you what I've been analyzing. The wellness program launched in January of last year, and the performance improvements began appearing almost immediately. But I've been looking at some additional factors that might explain these changes." She pulled up a timeline showing not just the wellness program implementation, but also a dozen other significant events that had occurred at Quantum Dynamics during the same period. New product launches, major customer acquisitions, key personnel changes, market condition shifts, and competitive developments. "This is interesting data," Harrison said, "but the correlation between wellness program participation and individual performance improvements is very strong. Employees who participate more actively in wellness activities consistently show higher productivity gains." "That's true," Jordan agreed, "but it raises some important questions about selection bias and confounding variables. Can you tell me how employees were recruited for wellness program participation?" Harrison consulted his notes. "Participation was voluntary, but we strongly encourage involvement through various incentives: gym membership reimbursements, healthy meal stipends, flex time for fitness activities. The employees who participated most actively were clearly the most committed to personal improvement and professional excellence." Jordan felt her analytical instincts sharpening. So the employees who chose to participate heavily in wellness activities might have been the same employees who were already highly motivated, disciplined, and focused on performance improvement. "Possibly," Harrison admitted, "but that doesn't diminish the value of the wellness program. Even if it attracted our best employees, it clearly helped to become even better." Jordan pulled up another chart showing the detailed timeline of performance improvements. "Here's what troubles me about the causation interpretation. Look at this pattern. Productivity improvements actually began appearing in December, several weeks before the wellness program launched." Harrison frowned at the screen. "That's unusual, but there could be anticipation effects. Employees knew the program was coming and might have started improving their habits in advance." "That's possible," Jordan said, "but let me show you something else." She clicked to a new slide displaying external market conditions during the same period. January of last year was also when Quantum Dynamics secured the partnership with Pacific Energy Corporation, your largest contract ever. It was when oil prices spiked dramatically, creating unprecedented demand for clean energy solutions. And it was when your main competitor, Solar Tech Industries, experienced those well-publicized quality control problems. The room fell quiet as Harrison processed this information. Jordan could see him performing the mental calculations that every good scientist learned during graduate training: the distinction between correlation and causation, the importance of controlling for confounding variables, the danger of post hoc ergo propter hoc reasoning. "You're suggesting that external market factors might explain our performance improvements better than our wellness program?" Harrison asked slowly. "I'm suggesting that we need to disentangle multiple potential causes before attributing all improvements to a single intervention," Jordan replied. "Your wellness program might be valuable, but claiming it caused a 27% productivity increase requires much more careful analysis." Harrison was quiet for several minutes, studying the data Jordan had presented. Finally, he looked up with an expression that mixed scientific curiosity with obvious disappointment. What kind of analysis would you recommend to isolate the wellness program's actual impact? Jordan opened another file she prepared for exactly this question. We'd need to compare performance changes among wellness program participants versus non-participants, controlling for factors like prior performance levels, job roles, market conditions, and other concurrent changes. We'd also want to look at similar companies that didn't implement wellness programs during the same period. That sounds very complicated, Harrison said. It is complicated, Jordan agreed, but the alternative is making strategic decisions based on potentially false assumptions about what's driving your success. Harrison clicked back to his original charts, showing the dramatic performance improvements. Even if the wellness program isn't the primary cause of these improvements, it's clearly not hurting. Why not expand it company-wide based on the correlational evidence? Jordan recognized the practical reasoning behind Harrison's question. In business settings, perfect causal evidence was often unavailable, and decisions had to be made based on incomplete information. That's a reasonable approach if the costs are low and the risks are minimal. But what if the wellness program is actually diverting resources from the real drivers of your performance improvements? She pulled up a financial analysis she conducted. The comprehensive wellness program costs approximately $800,000 annually, money that could be invested in additional product development, enhanced customer service, or expanded market research. If the program isn't actually causing performance improvements, that investment might be reducing rather than enhancing your competitive advantage. Harrison leaned back in his chair, clearly wrestling with the implications of Jordan's analysis. But the board is expecting us to expand the wellness program based on these results. They see it as evidence of our innovative approach to human capital management. What would happen if you presented the board with a more nuanced analysis? Jordan asked, one that acknowledged the positive correlations while noting the difficulty of establishing clear causation? They'd probably be disappointed, Harrison admitted. The wellness program story is compelling. It suggests that we've discovered a systematic approach to improving organizational performance. A more cautious interpretation is less exciting from an investor relations perspective. Jordan understood the pressure Harrison faced. Venture capital investors and corporate boards prefer clear, dramatic narratives about innovative business practices. Acknowledging uncertainty about causation made strategic success stories less compelling and potentially less fundable. Dr. Harrison, she said, what if we design more rigorous evaluation of the wellness program? Something that could provide clearer evidence about its actual impact on performance. Harrison looked interested. What would that involve? Jordan pulled up a research design she'd been developing. We could implement the expanded wellness program in phases, using some departments as test groups and others as control groups. We could track performance changes more precisely, controlling for external market factors and individual employee characteristics. After 6 months, we'd have much stronger evidence about causation. That sounds like a good scientific approach, Harrison said, but would delay the company-wide rollout that the board is expecting. It would also provide evidence that could justify a much larger investment in wellness programs if they're actually effective, Jordan countered. Or it could save you from investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in programs that aren't generating the benefits you think they are. Harrison spent the next hour reviewing Jordan's proposed research design, asking detailed questions about methodology, timelines, and potential complications. His scientific training was evident in his careful attention to experimental controls and statistical power calculations. This is thorough, he said finally, but I'm concerned about the political implications. How do I explain to the board that we need to slow down expansion of a program that appears to be working? Jordan had anticipated this challenge. You frame it as due diligence rather than skepticism. You emphasize that rigorous evaluation will provide stronger evidence for future fundraising and market positioning. Investors appreciate companies that make data-driven decisions based on solid evidence. But what if the rigorous evaluation shows that the wellness program isn't as effective as we thought? Then you'll have saved significant resources that can be redirected toward interventions that actually improve performance, Jordan replied. And you'll have demonstrated the kind of analytical rigor that sophisticated investors value. Harrison looked thoughtful. There's something else troubling me about this situation. Our head of human resources, Lisa Chun, has built her reputation around the wellness program. She's been getting speaking invitations from industry conferences, and HR Magazine is planning a feature article about our innovative approach. If we discover that the program isn't as effective as we thought, Jordan understood the human dimension of the analytical challenge. Lisa's professional standing depends on the wellness program being successful. Not just her standing, her entire strategic vision for human resources at Quantum Dynamics. She's been arguing that employee wellness is the key to competitive advantage in the clean energy sector. Jordan recognized a classic example of motivated reasoning, the tendency to interpret evidence in ways that support preferred conclusions or protect personal investments. Lisa Chun had committed significant professional capital to the wellness program's success, creating psychological pressure to interpret correlational evidence as causal proof. Have you discussed these causation questions with Lisa? Jordan asked. I mentioned some concerns about confounding variables, but she was convinced that the correlational evidence was sufficient proof of effectiveness. She pointed out that randomized controlled trials aren't practical in real business settings. She's not wrong about the practical challenges, Jordan said, but that doesn't mean we should accept correlation as proof of causation. There are ways to strengthen causal inference even without perfect experimental conditions. Harrison's phone buzzed with a calendar reminder. I need to brief the board in 2 hours about our wellness program expansion plans. What would you recommend I tell them? Jordan considered the political and analytical dimensions of Harrison's situation. I'd recommend presenting the correlational evidence honestly, acknowledging the impressive improvements while noting the difficulty of isolating the wellness program's specific contribution. Then propose a phased evaluation as a way to strengthen the evidence base for future strategic decisions. And if they push for immediate company-wide expansion, explain that premature scaling based on uncertain causation could waste resources and potentially undermine the very improvements they're trying to support. 2 hours later, Jordan sat in Quantum Dynamics' boardroom as Harrison presented his analysis to 6 venture capital investors and independent directors. The presentation went well until board member Patricia Knowles, a partner at a prominent venture capital firm, asked the question Harrison had been dreading. James, she said, these wellness program results are impressive, but I'm curious about your confidence in the causal relationship. Have you ruled out other explanations for performance improvements? Harrison glanced at Jordan before responding. That's an excellent question, Patricia. While the correlations are very strong, we've identified several confounding factors that make causal attribution more complex than we initially realized. The room's energy shifted noticeably as Harrison walked through Jordan's analysis of market conditions, contract acquisitions, and competitive changes. Jordan watched the board members' faces, seeing their enthusiasm for the wellness program story compete with their appreciation for analytical rigor. So you're saying the wellness program might not be causing these improvements? Asked board member Robert Kim, his voice carrying a note of disappointment. I'm saying we need stronger evidence before making major strategic commitments based on assumed causation, Harrison replied. Jordan has developed a research design that will provide that evidence within 6 months. The board spent 30 minutes discussing the proposed evaluation, with members expressing varying levels of comfort with delaying expansion plans. Finally, Patricia Knowles made the observation that settled the debate. This is exactly the kind of analytical discipline that differentiates successful companies from those that get seduced by their own success stories, she said. If the wellness program is as effective as it appears, rigorous evaluation will prove it. If it's not, we'll avoid a costly mistake. The board voted to implement Jordan's phased evaluation approach, with company-wide expansion contingent on stronger causal evidence. As the meeting concluded, Harrison approached Jordan with an expression of grudging respect. This wasn't the outcome I expected, he said, but you're right about the importance of distinguishing correlation from causation. I'm a scientist. I should have been more skeptical of dramatic correlational evidence. Jordan nodded, understanding the challenge of maintaining scientific objectivity in business settings where dramatic results were expected and rewarded. The correlations might ultimately prove causal, she said, but either way, you'll have much stronger evidence for strategic decision-making. That evening, Jordan drove home through Seattle's rain-slicked streets, thinking about the seductive power of compelling correlations. Quantum Dynamics' leadership team was intelligent, well-trained, and committed to evidence-based decision-making. But they had been so impressed by dramatic performance improvements that they'd skipped the careful analysis needed to understand what was actually driving those improvements. At home, she found Emma working on a science project about plant growth. "Mom," Emma called from the kitchen table, "I think I made a mistake in my experiment." Jordan sat down beside her daughter, where Emma had arranged several small plants under different colored lights. "What kind of mistake?" "I thought the red light was making this plant grow better," Emma said, pointing to one particularly healthy-looking specimen. "But then I noticed that it's also the plant closest to the window, so it's getting more regular sunlight too." Jordan smiled, amazed once again by her daughter's intuitive grasp of experimental design principles. "So, you think the plant might be growing better because of the window light instead of the red light?" "Or maybe both," Emma said thoughtfully. "But I can't tell which one is more important unless I move the plants around and test them separately." "That's exactly right," Jordan said. "How would you design an experiment to test that?" Emma considered the question seriously. "I could try red light in different locations and window light without red light and see what happens to each plant." Jordan hugged her daughter, marveling at the 8-year-old's ability to understand experimental controls that had eluded highly educated business executives. That's perfect experimental thinking. As they redesigned Emma's plant experiment together, Jordan reflected on the day's lessons about causation and correlation. The challenge wasn't recognizing that correlation didn't prove causation. Most educated people understood that principle intellectually. The challenge was maintaining skeptical discipline when correlational evidence supported desired conclusions or existing commitments. Outside their kitchen window, Seattle's evening lights reflected off rain-wet streets, creating patterns that appeared meaningful until examined more closely. Like most interesting phenomena, the relationship between appearance and reality required careful analysis to distinguish genuine insights from attractive illusions. Tomorrow, Jordan will help another organization navigate the space between seductive correlations and rigorous causation. Tonight, she was grateful for a daughter wise enough to question her own experimental results, even when they seemed to support her original hypothesis. Chapter 7, Expert Authority. The mahogany panel conference room at Summit Financial Services felt more like a gentleman's club than a corporate boardroom, with oil paintings of distinguished former partners gazing down from the walls like financial ancestors blessing proceedings below. Jordan sat across from the most intimidating collection credentials she'd encountered in her consulting career. 3 Wharton MBAs, 2 Harvard graduates, 1 Rhodes Scholar. At the head of the table, the legendary Dr. Malcolm Thornfield himself. At 68, Thornfield commanded the kind of reverence typically reserved for Nobel laureates or Supreme Court justices. His Ph.D. in economics from Yale was matched by 40 years of Wall Street experience, including a legendary stint as chief economist at Goldman Sachs during the 1990s bull market. His book, Predictive Economics, The Science of Market Forecasting, had become required reading at business schools across the country, and his quarterly economic briefings regularly moved markets when the predictions became public. "Ms. Keller," Thornfield said, his voice carrying the authoritative weight of someone accustomed to having his pronouncements treated as economic gospel, "Summit Financial has retained your services to facilitate our strategic planning process. However, I want to be very clear about the scope of your role. This is not a situation where we need external expertise about financial markets or economic analysis. We need project management and coordination support." Jordan nodded, studying the man who'd been described by Forbes as the Oracle of Seattle's financial district. Thornfield's reputation was so formidable that Summit Financial's marketing materials prominently featured his photograph alongside testimonials about his unparalleled ability to anticipate market movements and identify investment opportunities before they become obvious to competitors. "I understand, Dr. Thornfield," Jordan replied. "Could you walk me through the strategic planning process you'd like me to coordinate?" Thornfield clicked his remote, and the wall screen displayed a comprehensive economic forecast extending 5 years into the future. The presentation was sophisticated, detailed, and absolutely confident in his predictions about everything from interest rate movements to sector rotation patterns to international trade developments. Our strategic plan is built around these economic projections, Thornfield explained, his manner suggesting that the forecasts were as reliable as weather reports or train schedules. Based on my analysis of macroeconomic indicators, Federal Reserve policy signals, and international market dynamics, I can predict with high confidence that we're entering a period of sustained economic expansion with specific characteristics. He clicked through slide after slide of charts, graphs, and data supporting his forecast. Technology stocks would outperform by 15% annually. Real estate values would appreciate at 7% annually. International markets would lag domestic performance by 3 to 5% annually. Each prediction was presented with the kind of mathematical precision that made questioning seem almost impertinent. Dr. Thornfield, Jordan said carefully, these forecasts are very specific. What's your historical accuracy rate for 5-year economic predictions? The room fell silent, and Jordan could feel the discomfort of the other executives as she asked a question that implied skepticism about Thornfield's expertise. The legendary economist's expression shifted from confident explanation to barely concealed irritation. Ms. Keller, he said, his tone taking on the patient quality of a professor addressing a particularly slow student, economic forecasting isn't like weather prediction or sports betting. It's a sophisticated discipline that requires deep understanding of complex systemic relationships. My track record speaks for itself. Jordan recognized the deflection, but pressed forward. I'm sure your track record is impressive. I'm just trying to understand the confidence intervals around these specific predictions so I can help coordinate planning processes appropriately. Thornfield's assistant, a nervous-looking young man named Craig Patterson, leaned forward with obvious reluctance. Dr. Thornfield's predictions have been generally accurate over time, he said, glancing nervously at his boss. We can provide you with some historical performance data, if that will be helpful. That won't be necessary, Thornfield interrupted sharply. Ms. Keller, I think you may be misunderstanding the nature of economic expertise. This isn't a situation where we're making educated guesses based on limited information. These forecasts are based on rigorous analysis of macroeconomic fundamentals. Jordan felt the weight of the room's expectation that she defer to Thornfield's obvious expertise and credentials. Every rational instinct suggested that a Yale-educated economist with 40 years of Wall Street experience knew more about financial markets than she did. But her analytical training also suggested that overconfidence in predictions, regardless of who made them, was dangerous for strategic planning. Dr. Thornfield, she said, I absolutely respect your expertise and experience. I'm wondering whether it might be valuable to develop contingency plans for scenarios where economic conditions evolve differently than forecast. Thornfield's expression hardened into the look of someone whose authority was being challenged inappropriately. Ms. Keller, contingency planning based on unlikely scenarios is exactly the kind of analysis paralysis that prevents organizations from making decisive strategic moves. When you have high-confidence forecasts based on rigorous analysis, the optimal strategy is to position aggressively to capitalize on predicted opportunities. He clicked to a new slide showing Summit Financial's proposed strategic positioning based on its economic forecasts. The firm would concentrate 70% of client investments in technology stocks, reduce international exposure to minimal levels, and leverage their positions to amplify returns from predicted market movements. This is a bold strategy, Jordan observed, that depends heavily on the accuracy of your forecasts. What happens if technology stocks underperform or international markets outperform expectations? They won't, Thornfield said flatly. That's the point of having expert analysis rather than relying on generic diversification strategies that hedge against imaginary uncertainties. Jordan recognized the circular logic. Thornfield's expertise justified confidence in his predictions, and confidence in his predictions justified aggressive strategic positioning based on those predictions. Any suggestion of uncertainty was dismissed as evidence of insufficient expertise or understanding. Craig Patterson cleared his throat nervously. Dr. Thornfield, should I show Ms. Keller the client presentation materials? Thornfield nodded, and Craig pulled up a polished presentation titled Summit Financial, Positioning for Predictable Prosperity. The materials were designed to reassure clients that Summit's strategic positioning was based on scientific economic analysis rather than market speculation. We're planning a series of client seminars where Dr. Thornfield will explain the economic fundamentals supporting our strategic recommendations, Craig explained. Clients need to understand that our positioning isn't based on market timing or speculation. It's based on rigorous analysis of macroeconomic trends. Jordan studied the presentation materials, recognizing sophisticated marketing designed to leverage Thornfield's reputation and credentials to justify concentrated investment strategies. Have you considered including discussion of potential risks or alternative scenarios in these client presentations? Thornfield's patience finally exhausted completely. Ms. Keller, I think there may be a fundamental misunderstanding about your role in this engagement. Summit Financial didn't hire strategic insights to second-guess our economic analysis or suggest alternative forecasting methodologies. We hired you to facilitate implementation of strategies based on expert analysis. Jordan felt the conversation reaching a critical juncture. She could defer to Thornfield's expertise and focus on project coordination, or she could continue raising questions that clearly annoyed the most powerful person in the room. Her consulting training suggested diplomacy, but her analytical instincts suggested that aggressive positioning based on overconfident predictions could be disastrous for Summit's clients. Dr. Thornfield, she said, I'm not questioning your economic analysis. I'm wondering whether there are ways to present your forecasts that acknowledge both their analytical foundation and the inherent uncertainty in any future predictions. There is no uncertainty in rigorous economic analysis, Thornfield replied. Uncertainty is what you have when you lack sufficient data or analytical sophistication. When you understand macroeconomic relationships systematically, predictions become reliable. Jordan recognized the epistemological claim underlying Thornfield's confidence, that economic systems were sufficiently predictable that expert analysis could eliminate uncertainty about future developments. It was a claim that conflicted with everything she'd learned about complex systems, forecasting accuracy, and the track record of economic predictions. Dr. Thornfield, she said, could you help me understand how economic forecasting has evolved over your career? Have the methods become more accurate over time? Thornfield looked pleased by the question, interpreting it as interest in his expertise rather than skepticism about his claims. Absolutely, he said. When I started on Wall Street in the 1980s, economic analysis was much more primitive. We had limited data, basic computational tools, and crude modeling capabilities. Today's economic analysis is vastly more sophisticated. And has that sophistication translated into more accurate predictions? Without question, Thornfield replied confidently, modern economic forecasting is far more reliable than what was possible even 20 years ago. Jordan had researched this exact question while preparing for the engagement, and the academic literature told a very different story about forecasting accuracy over time. But directly contradicting Thornfield's claims would likely end her involvement in the project. That's fascinating, she said diplomatically. I'd love to learn more about the specific improvements in forecasting accuracy. Are there studies or data that document these improvements? Craig Patterson shifted uncomfortably, and Jordan noticed him glance at Thornfield with obvious concern. Dr. Thornfield's forecasting accuracy has been consistently strong, he said carefully. We track performance quarterly and provide updates to clients about the reliability of our predictions. Could I see some of that historical performance data? Jordan asked. It would help me understand how to present Dr. Thornfield's expertise most effectively to clients. Thornfield waved dismissively. Historical performance data is less important than understanding the analytical foundations of current forecasts. Past accuracy doesn't predict future accuracy in economic forecasting. What matters is the quality of current analysis. Jordan recognized another circular argument. Past forecasting performance was irrelevant when it might contradict claims about current forecasting accuracy, but current claims about forecasting accuracy were based on assertions about analytical sophistication that couldn't be validated through historical performance. The meeting continued for another hour, with Thornfield outlining specific implementation steps for Summit strategic repositioning. Jordan took detailed notes while wrestling with the growing conviction that Summit was making massive strategic bets based on unjustified confidence in unpredictable forecasts. As the meeting concluded, Craig Patterson approached Jordan privately. Ms. Keller, he said quietly. "Could we schedule a separate meeting to discuss some of the historical performance data you asked about?" Jordan recognized the tension in Craig's voice. "Of course. Is there something specific you'd like me to understand?" Craig glanced around to ensure they weren't overheard. "There are some complexities in Dr. Thornfield's forecasting track record that might be relevant to your coordination role." They arranged to meet the following morning at a coffee shop near Summit's offices. That evening, Jordan spent several hours researching academic literature on economic forecasting accuracy, expert predictions, and the relationship between confidence and competence in complex domains. What she found was sobering. Study after study showed that expert economic forecasts were no more accurate than random chance for predictions extending beyond 18 months. Even more troubling, the most confident experts were often the least accurate, and expertise credentials showed no correlation with forecasting performance. The next morning, Jordan met Craig at a busy Starbucks in downtown Seattle, where he pulled out a thick folder of documents with obvious reluctance. "I need to be very careful about how I share this information," he began, "but I think you should understand what you're working with." He opened the folder to reveal 5 years of quarterly forecasting performance reports that painted a very different picture than Thornfield's confident presentation suggested. The legendary economist's predictions were wrong more often than they were right, with an overall accuracy rate barely better than random chance. Dr. Thornfield's technology stock predictions have been wrong for 3 consecutive years. Craig explained quietly. His interest rate forecasts have been wrong for 4 of the past 5 years. His international market predictions have been consistently wrong for the entire period I've been tracking them. Jordan studied the data with growing alarm. "Craig, why haven't these results been shared with clients or the board?" Craig looked uncomfortable. Dr. Thornfield argues that short-term forecasting errors don't invalidate long-term analytical frameworks. He says that clients hire Summit for strategic positioning, not quarterly market timing. But the strategic positioning is based on specific predictions about market performance over multiple years. Jordan pointed out. "I know," Craig said miserably. "I've raised these concerns internally, but Dr. Thornfield's reputation makes it very difficult to challenge his analytical conclusions." Jordan recognized the authority bias that was preventing Summit from acknowledging their forecasting problems. Thornfield's credentials and reputation created such strong presumptions of expertise that contradictory evidence was dismissed rather than seriously considered. "Craig, what would happen if you presented this performance data to the board or to clients?" "I'd probably be fired," Craig replied. "Dr. Thornfield brings in most of our major clients based on his reputation and forecasting expertise. Questioning his track record would undermine the firm's fundamental value proposition." Jordan spent the rest of their meeting reviewing the detailed forecasting data, looking for patterns that might explain the gap between Thornfield's confidence and his actual performance. What she found was consistent overconfidence, systematic biases toward optimistic predictions, and a tendency to rationalize wrong forecasts rather than learning from them. That afternoon, Jordan returned to Summit's offices for a scheduled planning session, armed with troubling knowledge about the foundation underlying their strategic decisions. She faced a difficult choice: remain silent about Thornfield's forecasting problems and focus on project coordination, or find ways to introduce appropriate skepticism about predictions that seem dangerously overconfident. As she entered the conference room where Thornfield was already presenting refined forecasts to Summit's senior partners, Jordan realized that expertise without accountability was often indistinguishable from sophisticated guessing, and that challenging false expertise required courage that could jeopardize professional relationships. The question was whether protecting Summit's clients from potentially disastrous strategic positioning was worth the risk of confronting one of Seattle's most revered financial authorities. Chapter 8. Information Distortion. The glass towers of downtown Seattle reflected the morning sun as Jordan walked into the sleek headquarters of Meridian Media Group, one of the Pacific Northwest's most influential communications companies. The lobby displayed awards from industry associations, framed magazine covers featuring the company's CEO, and a digital ticker showing real-time metrics from Meridian's various media properties: television stations, newspapers, digital platforms, and public relations agencies across 12 western states. Jordan's assignment was ostensibly straightforward: helped Meridian develop a comprehensive crisis communication strategy following a series of environmental controversies involving their largest client, Pacific Timber Corporation. What she hadn't anticipated was discovering that the crisis itself was largely a product of Meridian's own information management practices. "Jordan, welcome to the War Room," said Rebecca Lawson, Meridian's Executive Vice President of Strategic Communications, as she led Jordan through a maze of open-plan workstations where dozens of communications professionals monitored social media feeds, news coverage, and public opinion polling data in real time. At 38, Rebecca possessed a kind of sharp intelligence and strategic thinking that had made her one of Seattle's most sought-after crisis communications specialists. The War Room turned out to be a conference room lined with monitors displaying a bewildering array of information streams: Twitter feeds, Google News alerts, television broadcasts, blog posts, and what appeared to be sophisticated sentiment analysis software tracking public opinion about Pacific Timber's recent logging operations in the Olympic National Forest region. "Before we dive into strategy development," Rebecca said, settling into her chair with the focused energy of someone accustomed to managing multiple crises simultaneously, "I need to bring you up to speed on the situation we're managing." She clicked her remote, and the main screen displayed a timeline of events that had generated the current controversy. 3 months ago, Pacific Timber had begun selective logging operations in a previously untouched section of old-growth forest under a federal permit that environmental groups claimed was illegally obtained. Local residents had organized protests, environmental lawyers had filed injunctions, and social media campaigns had generated national attention about potential ecological damage. "The challenge," Rebecca continued, "is that we're dealing with a coordinated disinformation campaign designed to distort the fact about Pacific Timber's operations. Environmental activists are using selective information, emotional manipulation, and social media amplification to create a false narrative about responsible forest management practices." Jordan studied the timeline with growing interest in what Rebecca characterized as disinformation. "Can you help me understand which specific claims about Pacific Timber's operations are factually incorrect?" Rebecca pulled up a detailed slide showing environmental groups' major assertions alongside Pacific Timber's responses. They claim that the logging operations will destroy critical habitat for endangered species. They claim that the federal permit was obtained through political influence rather than proper environmental review. They claim that clear-cutting techniques will cause long-term ecological damage. And Pacific Timber's position on these claims? "All 3 assertions are misleading or false," Rebecca said confidently. "The logging operations use selective harvesting techniques that actually improve forest health. The federal permit was obtained through proper channels after extensive environmental review, and the affected area provides minimal habitat value for endangered species." Jordan recognized the competing narratives that characterize most environmental controversies, but something about Rebecca's framing troubled her. "Rebecca, could I see the primary source document supporting both sides' claims? I'd like to understand the factual foundation underlying these competing narratives." Rebecca's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. "Of course, though I should mention that environmental groups have been very selective about which documents they've made public. They've released information that supports their narrative while withholding information that contradicts it." She pulled up a folder containing dozens of documents: environmental impact assessments, federal agency correspondence, scientific studies, legal filings, and internal communications from various parties involved in the controversy. Jordan spent the next hour reviewing the materials, looking for the clear factual disputes that Rebecca had described. What she found was much more complicated than competing claims about specific facts. The environmental impact assessment did support Pacific Timber's assertion that selective harvesting could improve forest health under certain conditions, but it also acknowledged significant uncertainty about long-term ecological effects and recommended additional monitoring that hadn't been implemented. The federal permit documents showed that proper procedural steps had been followed, but they also revealed extensive lobbying by timber industry representatives and political pressure for expedited approval. The endangered species habitat assessments were technically accurate, but seemed to use narrow definitions that excluded broader ecosystem considerations. "This is interesting," Jordan said finally. "It looks like both sides are presenting technically accurate information that supports their preferred interpretations, but neither is providing complete context. Rebecca looked uncomfortable. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by complete context. Our job is to communicate Pacific Timber's position effectively, not to provide academic analysis of environmental policy complexities. Jordan recognized the tension between advocacy and information transparency that characterize much professional communication work. But if we're addressing concerns about disinformation, shouldn't we ensure that our own communications provide complete and accurate information? Our communications are completely accurate, Rebecca replied, her voice taking on a defensive edge. We fact-check every claim, cite reliable sources, and correct any misstatements immediately when they're identified. Jordan pulled up one of Meridian's recent press releases about the logging controversy. The document was professionally written, extensively documented, and technically accurate in every factual claim. It was also, she realized, a masterpiece of information distortion through selective emphasis and strategic omission. The press release emphasized Pacific Timber's environmental certifications while minimizing discussion of the certification criteria. It highlighted the economic benefits of logging operations while downplaying potential ecological costs. It cited scientific studies supporting selective harvesting while ignoring studies raising concerns about cumulative environmental impacts. Rebecca, Jordan said carefully, this press release is factually accurate, but presents only information that supports Pacific Timber's position. Is that what you mean by effective communication? Rebecca straightened in her chair, clearly sensing criticism of her professional work. Jordan, I think you may be misunderstanding the nature of strategic communications. Our job isn't to present every possible perspective on complex issues. It's to communicate our client's position persuasively and accurately. But what's the difference between that approach and what you've characterized as the environmental group's disinformation campaign? The question hung in the air between them like an accusation. Rebecca's face flushed slightly as she processed the implication that Meridian's communication strategy might be functionally equivalent to the disinformation tactics she criticized. The difference, she said slowly, is that our information is accurate, while theirs includes misleading claims and emotional manipulation. Jordan opened her laptop and pulled up materials from the environmental group's campaign. Like Meridian's communications, the activists' claims were technically accurate but strategically selective. They emphasized potential ecological risks while minimizing economic considerations. They highlighted procedural irregularities while downplaying procedural compliance. They cited scientific studies raising environmental concerns while ignoring studies supporting sustainable harvesting. Rebecca, Jordan said, looking at both sides' communications, I see very similar patterns of selective information presentation. Both sides cite accurate information that supports their preferred conclusions while de-emphasizing accurate information that complicates their narratives. Rebecca was quiet for several minutes, studying comparative analysis Jordan had prepared. Finally, she looked up with an expression that mixed professional concern with personal discomfort. Are you suggesting that our communication strategy is unethical? I'm suggesting that calling selective information presentation disinformation when opponents do it while calling it strategic communication. When we do it might not be sustainable for long-term credibility. Rebecca stood up and walked to the window, where she could see protesters gathered in the plaza outside Meridian's building. Jordan, let me explain something about the reality of communications work. In any complex controversy, there are multiple true narratives depending on which facts you emphasize and which values you prioritize. Our job is to ensure that our client's true narrative gets heard in a media environment where opponents are promoting their own true narratives. Jordan recognized the sophisticated rationalization underlying Rebecca's explanation. But if everyone is promoting selectively true narratives, how do stakeholders make informed decisions about complex issues? That's not our responsibility, Rebecca replied. Our responsibility is to represent our clients' interests professionally and ethically. Public education about complex policy issues is the responsibility of journalists, academics, and government officials. Jordan understood the logic of Rebecca's position, but she also recognized how it contributed to the information fragmentation that made rational public discourse increasingly difficult. When every stakeholder promoted selectively accurate narratives designed to support predetermined conclusions, The result was a marketplace of competing half-truths rather than genuine information transparency. Rebecca, what would happen if Meridian adopted a communication strategy that proactively acknowledged uncertainty and complexity rather than projecting confidence in favorable interpretations? Rebecca looked genuinely puzzled by the suggestion. We'd lose the client, she said simply. Pacific Timber isn't paying us to highlight the weaknesses in their position or to educate the public about environmental policy complexities. They're paying us to communicate their position persuasively in a competitive information environment. Jordan spent the next hour reviewing more Meridian's communications materials, finding the same pattern of selective accuracy repeated across multiple clients and campaigns. A pharmaceutical company's safety communications that emphasize favorable clinical trial results while minimizing adverse event reports. A technology company's privacy statements that highlighted security features while downplaying data collection practices. A financial services company's marketing materials that emphasize investment returns while minimizing risk disclosures. Rebecca, she said finally, I'm seeing a consistent pattern across Meridian's client communications. Technical accuracy combined with strategic information selection. Is this the standard approach for the industry? Rebecca returned to her seat with obvious resignation to a conversation she'd hoped to avoid. Jordan, strategic communication is inherently about persuasion, not education. Every communication choice involves decisions about what to emphasize, what to contextualize, and what to minimize. Complete information transparency would make persuasive communication impossible. But what about informed consent? Jordan asked, don't stakeholders have a right to complete information when making decisions that affect them? Of course they do, Rebecca replied. But they also have access to multiple information sources representing different perspectives. Our job is to ensure that our client's perspective is represented effectively in that marketplace of ideas. Jordan recognized another circular argument. Selective information presentation was justified because everyone else did it, and everyone else did it because competitive information environments require strategic communication. The result was a system where no single source provided complete information, but every source claimed to be serving the public interest. Rebecca, what if some of Meridian's clients have positions that can't be defended through complete information transparency? What if selective information presentation is necessary because full disclosure would undermine legitimate business interests? Rebecca looked thoughtful. That's an excellent question that gets to the heart of professional communication ethics. Sometimes our clients operate in regulatory environments where full information disclosure would provide competitive advantages to opponents or create legal vulnerabilities that don't serve any public interest. Jordan understood the genuine complexity of Rebecca's position. Professional communicators operated in environments where complete transparency could harm legitimate interests, but selective transparency could mislead stakeholders who needed accurate information for decision-making. So, how do you balance client advocacy with public information needs? We ensure factual accuracy, avoid misleading claims, and operate within legal and ethical guidelines, Rebecca replied. Beyond that, we trust democratic institutions and market mechanisms to aggregate different perspectives into informed public discourse. Jordan spent the afternoon observing Meridian's crisis communication operations, watching teams of professionals monitor information flows, craft messaging strategies, and coordinate responses across multiple media platforms. The work was sophisticated, technically competent, and strategically effective at advancing client interests within existing communication norms. It was also, she realized, contributing to information fragmentation that made rational public discourse increasingly difficult. When every stakeholder promoted selectively accurate information designed to support predetermined conclusions, the cumulative effect was public confusion rather than public understanding. That evening, Jordan drove home through Seattle traffic while listening to competing radio news reports about the Pacific timber controversy. One report emphasized economic benefits and regulatory compliance. Another highlighted environmental risks and procedural concerns. Both reports cited accurate information from credible sources, but they told fundamentally different stories about the same events. At home, she found Emma working on a school project about different news sources covering the same story. Mom, Emma called from the kitchen table. Why do these articles say such different things about the same event? Jordan sat down beside her daughter, where Emma had printed out several articles about a local school board election from different news sources. Each article reported the same factual events, but emphasized different aspects and reached different conclusions about their significance. That's a very good question, Jordan said. What do you think might explain the differences? Emma studied the articles thoughtfully. Maybe the reporters think different things are important? That's exactly right, Jordan replied. When people have different values or priorities, they can look at the same facts and draw different conclusions about what they mean. But how do you know which one is right? Jordan paused, recognizing the question that had dominated her professional day. Sometimes they're all partially right, but none of them tells a complete story. What do you think we should do when that happens? Emma considered the question seriously. Maybe we should read all of them and try to figure out what really happened? That's very wise thinking, Jordan said, hugging her daughter. Sometimes understanding complex situations requires looking at multiple perspectives and thinking carefully about what they might be missing. As they worked through Emma's homework together, Jordan reflected on the day's lessons about information distortion in professional communication. Rebecca and her colleagues weren't malicious actors deliberately misleading the public. They were skilled professionals operating within industry norms that prioritize persuasion over education. But the cumulative effect of those norms was an information environment where stakeholders received technically accurate but strategically incomplete information from all sides, making rational decision-making increasingly difficult. Outside their kitchen window, Seattle's evening lights twinkled in patterns that appeared random until examined more closely, much like the information landscape that citizens navigated daily, looking for truth in a marketplace of competing half-truths. Tomorrow, Jordan would help another organization navigate the space between advocacy and transparency, between professional communication norms and public information needs. Tonight, she was grateful for a daughter wise enough to ask why different sources told different stories about the same events, and smart enough to suggest that understanding complex situations might require examining multiple perspectives rather than choosing sides. Chapter 9. Red Herring Strategy. The boardroom on the 43rd floor Columbia Tower commanded a sweeping view of Elliott Bay, where container ships moved like chess pieces across the gray November waters. Jordan sat across from the most ethically complex client she'd encountered in her consulting career, North Star Industries, a mid-sized manufacturing company whose environmental compliance challenges had escalated into a federal investigation, community protests, and what CEO Daniel Reeves described as an existential threat to 1,200 jobs and our company's 60-year legacy in the Pacific Northwest. At 52, Reeves possessed the weathered confidence of someone who'd spent 3 decades building North Star from a small family business into one of Washington State's largest private employers. His grandfather had founded the company in 1963, manufacturing precision components for aerospace and defense contractors. His father had expanded into consumer electronics during the 1980s boom, and Daniel himself had diversified into green energy components during the recent sustainability movement, a strategic pivot that had generated the current crisis. Jordan, Reeves said, his voice carrying the weight of someone fighting for his company's survival, I need to be completely transparent about our situation. The EPA is investigating our production processes. Environmental groups are calling for our operations to be shut down, and local politicians are distancing themselves from North Star despite 20 years of supporting our community investments. He clicked his remote, and the wall screen displayed a timeline of events that had transformed North Star from a celebrated local success story into a cautionary tale about industrial environmental responsibility. 6 months ago, elevated levels of chemical pollutants had been detected in groundwater near North Star's main manufacturing facility. Federal investigators had identified potential violations of Clean Water Act regulations. Environmental activists had organized community meetings demanding immediate facility closure. The challenge, Reeves continued, is that we're being unfairly targeted by activists who don't understand modern manufacturing processes or appreciate our decades of community partnership. Strategic Insights has been recommended to help us develop a comprehensive response strategy that protects both our operations and our community relationships. Jordan studied the environmental compliance documents spread across the conference table, recognizing the complexity of industrial regulation in an era of heightened environmental awareness. Daniel, could you walk me through the specific environmental concerns that triggered the federal investigation? Reeves pulled up a technical report showing detailed chemical analysis of groundwater samples collected around North Star's facility. The data showed elevated levels of several industrial solvents and metal compounds that exceeded federal safety thresholds by margins ranging from 15 to 40%. These readings are concerning, Reeves acknowledged, but they need to be understood in proper context. First, the elevated levels are within ranges that occurred naturally in this region before any industrial development. Second, our manufacturing processes have been continuously improved to reduce environmental impact. Third, the current levels pose no immediate health risks to community residents. Jordan recognized the rhetorical strategy Reeves was employing, contextualizing concerning data with information that minimized its apparent significance. Daniel, could you help me understand the baseline environmental conditions? What were the natural levels of these compounds before industrial development? Reeves consulted his notes. Geological surveys from the 1950s show naturally occurring metal compounds in regional groundwater, though I should mention that testing methods have changed significantly since then, making direct comparisons somewhat complex. And the health risk assessments? What do federal agencies say about the current contamination levels? The EPA's preliminary risk assessment suggests minimal immediate health impacts, Reeves replied carefully, though they recommended additional monitoring and potential remediation as precautionary measures. Jordan noticed the careful language Reeves used to describe federal agency positions, accurate but strategically framed to minimize the significance of regulatory concerns. Daniel, what would remediation involve and what would it cost? Reeves's expression darkened. EPA's preliminary estimates suggest remediation costs between $8 and $12 million, which would represent nearly 40% of our annual operating budget. Implementation would require temporary facility closure, affecting 1,200 employees and dozens of supplier relationships. So the fundamental challenge is balancing environmental compliance with economic sustainability? Exactly, Reeves said, his voice taking on the passionate intensity of someone fighting for causes larger than himself. But here's what the environmental activists don't understand. North Star isn't some reckless polluter trying to cut corners for profit. We're a responsible company that's invested millions in environmental improvements while providing good-paying jobs to families who've worked here for generations. He clicked to a new slide showing North Star's community investments over the past decade. Youth sports league sponsorships, educational scholarships, local charity donations, and infrastructure improvements that had benefited the surrounding community. This is our real legacy, Reeves continued. 1,200 families depend on North Star for their livelihoods. Local businesses depend on our employees' spending power. Schools depend on our tax contributions. When environmental activists call for immediate facility closure, they're not just attacking our company. They're attacking the economic foundation of our entire community. Jordan recognized the pivot Reeves was making from environmental compliance issues to economic impact concerns. Those are certainly important considerations, she said. But how do they relate to addressing the specific groundwater contamination problems? They relate because environmental extremists are using isolated technical violations to justify destroying a company that's been a responsible community partner for 60 years. Reeves replied, his voice rising with obvious frustration. They're more interested in making political statements than finding practical solutions that balance environmental protection with economic reality. Jordan noticed that Reeves had shifted the conversation from specific environmental concerns to environmental extremists and from federal investigation to political statements. The rhetorical pivot was subtle but significant, reframing technical compliance issues as conflicts with unreasonable activists. Daniel, could we look at the specific remediation proposals? Are there options that would address environmental concerns while minimizing economic disruption? Reeves pulled up a comprehensive analysis his team had prepared showing multiple remediation scenarios with varying costs and timelines. The options range from minimal interventions focused on monitoring and containment to comprehensive cleanup involving soil replacement and facility reconstruction. We propose a phased remediation approach that would address the most critical contamination areas while allowing continued operations, Reeves explained. But environmental groups have rejected any solution that doesn't involve immediate facility closure and complete remediation, an approach that would bankrupt the company and accomplish nothing for actual environmental protection. Jordan studied the remediation options, noting that Northstar's preferred approach would address roughly 60% of the contamination at 20% of the cost of comprehensive cleanup. Daniel, what's the EPA's position on phased remediation versus complete cleanup? They're still evaluating our proposal, Reeves said, but we're optimistic that federal regulators will recognize the value of practical solutions over idealistic demands. Jordan recognized another subtle reframing. Environmental groups' positions were characterized as idealistic demands, while Northstar's proposals were described as practical solutions. The language suggested that environmental concerns were unrealistic rather than legitimate regulatory requirements. Could I see the community impact assessments? Jordan asked. I'd like to understand how local residents view the trade-offs between environmental protection and economic considerations. Reeves's expression became guarded. Community opinion is complicated. Some residents are concerned about environmental issues, while others are more worried about economic impacts. Unfortunately, environmental activists have been very effective at generating fear and anxiety rather than promoting rational discussion of complex trade-offs. He pulled up survey data showing that community opinion was indeed divided, but not in the way his summary suggested. Roughly 70% of residents supported comprehensive environmental cleanup, even if it required temporary facility closure, while only 30% prioritized economic considerations over environmental protection. This is interesting data, Jordan observed. It suggests that most community members prioritize environmental cleanup over economic concerns. Reeves looked uncomfortable. Those survey results need to be interpreted carefully, he said. Many residents don't fully understand the economic consequences of facility closure. When people understand that cleanup could eliminate 1,200 jobs and reduce local tax revenue by millions of dollars, support for comprehensive remediation decreases significantly. Jordan recognized the classic red herring strategy. When faced with unfavorable evidence about the primary issue, environmental contamination, redirect attention to secondary issues, economic impact, that generated more favorable responses. Daniel, she said, it sounds like there are really two separate questions here: how to address environmental contamination and how to manage economic impacts if remediation requires facility modifications. Are there ways to address both concerns simultaneously? Reeves was quiet for several minutes, clearly wrestling with the implications of Jordan's question. Finally, he looked up with an expression that mixed strategic calculation with genuine concern. Jordan, let me be completely honest about our situation. Comprehensive environmental remediation would probably bankrupt Northstar. Our profit margins are tight, our capital reserves are limited, and $12 million in cleanup costs would exceed our financial capacity. So the economic arguments aren't just about community impact. They're about company survival? Exactly, Reeves confirmed. But if we frame the issue as corporate survival versus environmental protection, we lose the public relations battle before it starts. Everyone expects companies to prioritize profits over environmental responsibility. But if we frame it as community economic health versus environmental extremism, we have a chance to build public support for reasonable compromise solutions. Jordan understood the strategic logic underlying Reeves's communication approach, but she also recognized how it diverted attention from the fundamental environmental compliance issues that had triggered the federal investigation. Daniel, what happens if the EPA determines that phased remediation isn't sufficient to meet Clean Water Act requirements? What if comprehensive cleanup is legally required regardless of economic considerations? Reeves's face hardened. Then we probably have to consider bankruptcy or facility closure, he admitted. But we're hoping that won't be necessary if we can demonstrate community support for practical solutions and show that environmental extremists are demanding unrealistic standards that serve no legitimate public interest. Jordan spent the next hour reviewing Northstar's comprehensive response strategy, which involved community outreach emphasizing economic impacts, media campaigns highlighting environmental activist extremism, and lobbying efforts focused on regulatory flexibility for responsible companies facing economic hardship. The strategy was sophisticated, professionally executed, and designed to divert attention from environmental compliance issues toward more favorable terrain about economic policy and activist overreach. It was also, Jordan realized, a textbook example of red herring tactics, addressing peripheral issues to avoid confronting central problems. "Daniel," she said finally, "I understand the economic pressures you're facing, and I appreciate the community considerations involved. But I'm concerned that focusing on activist extremism and economic impacts might delay addressing the underlying environmental problems that triggered this crisis." Reeves looked genuinely puzzled. "Jordan, we are addressing environmental problems through our phase remediation proposal. The issue isn't our environmental commitment. It's unreasonable demands from activists who care more about ideology than practical solutions." Jordan recognized that Reeves genuinely believed his own reframing of the situation. From his perspective, North Star was a responsible company being unfairly attacked by unreasonable activists who didn't understand economic realities. The environmental problems were technical issues that could be managed through reasonable compromise, while the real threat was ideological extremism that prioritized environmental purity over economic practicality. "Daniel, what if we develop a communication strategy that acknowledged both environmental concerns and economic constraints without characterizing either side as unreasonable?" Reeves looked skeptical. "Jordan, this isn't an academic exercise in balanced communication. We're fighting for our company's survival against opponents who want to shut us down regardless of economic consequences. Acknowledging the legitimacy of their concerns would undermine our ability to build public support for compromise solutions." Jordan spent the remainder of the meeting observing North Star's crisis management operations, watching teams of professionals craft messaging strategies designed to reframe environmental compliance issues as conflicts between reasonable business interests and unreasonable activist demands. The work was strategically sound within the logic of adversarial public relations, but also illustrated how red herring tactics could prevent substantive engagement with legitimate regulatory concerns. That evening, Jordan drove home through Seattle's rush hour traffic while listening to competing radio interviews about the North Star controversy. Company representatives emphasized job losses and economic impacts. Environmental advocates highlighted health risks and regulatory violations. Neither side directly addressed the central question of how to balance environmental protection with economic sustainability. At home, she found Emma working on a school project about problem-solving strategies. "Mom," Emma called from the kitchen table, "what do you do when someone keeps changing the subject instead of answering your question?" Jordan sat down beside her daughter, recognizing another opportunity to explore the themes that had dominated her professional day. "That's a great question. Why do you think someone might change the subject?" Emma consulted her project notes. "Maybe because they don't know the answer? Or maybe because they don't want to answer?" "Both good possibilities," Jordan said. "What would you do if that happened during a class discussion?" Emma thought carefully. "I guess I'd try to bring the conversation back to the original question." "That's very wise," Jordan replied. "Sometimes people change the subject because they're uncomfortable with difficult questions, but that doesn't make the questions less important." "But what if they keep changing the subject every time you try to bring it back?" Jordan paused, recognizing her daughter's description of the red herring strategy she'd encountered all day. "That's a really hard situation," she admitted. "Sometimes you have to decide whether it's more important to get an answer to your original question or to maintain a good relationship with the person who's avoiding it." As they worked through Emma's homework together, Jordan reflected on the day's lessons about red herring tactics in professional communication. Daniel Reeves wasn't a villainous character deliberately misleading the public. He was a business leader facing genuine economic pressures who convinced himself that reframing environmental issues as economic conflicts served legitimate interests. But the cumulative effect of such reframing was public discourse that addressed peripheral concerns while avoiding central problems, making substantive policy solutions increasingly difficult to develop or implement. Outside their kitchen window, Seattle's evening lights reflected off Elliott Bay, where the same container ships continued their predictable patterns regardless of the human dramas playing out in the city's boardrooms and regulatory agencies. Tomorrow, Jordan would help another organization navigate the space between legitimate advocacy and deceptive misdirection, between strategic communication and substantive problem-solving. Tonight, she was grateful for a daughter wise enough to ask what you should do when someone keeps changing the subject instead of answering important questions, the kind of inquiry that lay at the heart of both effective analysis and honest conversation. Chapter 10, Managing Complexity. The rain hammered against the windows of the executive conference room at Cascade Health Systems, where Jordan found herself staring at what appeared to be an impossible puzzle: how to merge two of the Pacific Northwest's largest healthcare networks without destroying the very qualities that made each organization successful. Spread across a mahogany table were organizational charts, financial projections, regulatory compliance documents, and cultural assessment reports that told a story of breathtaking complexity disguised as straightforward business strategy. Dr. Catherine Morrison, CEO of Cascade Health, sat at the head of the table with the composed authority of someone who'd spent 20 years navigating healthcare's increasingly complex landscape. At 54, she possessed a rare combination of medical expertise and business acumen that had made her one of Seattle's most respected healthcare executives. Across from her sat Robertson, CEO of Pacific Medical Group, whose entrepreneurial background and technology focus had transformed his organization into one of the region's most innovative healthcare providers. Jordan, Dr. Morrison began, her voice carrying the measured precision of someone accustomed to making life-and-death decisions. This merger represents the most significant healthcare consolidation in Washington state history. We're combining two organizations with $800 million in annual revenue, serving over 2 million patients across 4 states. She clicked a remote, and the wall screen displayed a map showing combined network's reach. 42 hospitals, 130 outpatient clinics, 3 research institutes, and partnerships with major universities and technology companies. The merged organization would employ over 30,000 people and represent one of the largest healthcare systems on the West Coast. The strategic rationale is compelling, added Robertson, his enthusiasm evident as he gestured toward the impressive statistics. Combined purchasing power will reduce costs by 12% annually. Integrated care coordination will improve patient outcomes. Shared technology platforms will enhance operational efficiency. And expanded geographic coverage will provide better access to specialized services. Jordan studied the merger documents while wrestling with a growing sense that the executives were dramatically underestimating complexity of what they were proposing. "This is certainly an ambitious undertaking," she said. "Could you walk me through the integration timeline and implementation approach?" Dr. Morrison pulled up a detailed project plan showing an 18-month integration process divided into 6 phases: leadership alignment, operational consolidation, technology integration, clinical standardization, cultural harmonization, and performance optimization. Each phase included specific milestones, resource requirements, and success metrics. "We've learned from other healthcare mergers that the key to success is systematic planning and disciplined execution," Dr. Morrison explained. "By breaking the integration into manageable phases, we can maintain service quality while achieving synergistic benefits." Jordan recognized the appealing logic of systematic project management, but she also noticed what the timeline didn't address: the countless interdependencies, unexpected complications, and emergent challenges that characterize complex organizational transformations. "Dr. Morrison," she said, "this project plan assumes that each phase can be completed independently before moving to the next phase. But healthcare organizations are complex adaptive systems where changes in one area often create unpredictable effects in other areas. How are you accounting for those interdependencies?" Dr. Morrison looked puzzled by the question. "We've conducted extensive due diligence to identify potential integration challenges," she replied. "Each phase includes contingency planning and risk mitigation strategies based on best practices from comparable mergers. But what about emergent challenges that haven't appeared in other mergers?" Jordan pressed. "Complex systems often produce novel problems that can't be anticipated through traditional planning approaches." Robertson leaned forward with obvious impatience. "Jordan, I appreciate the importance of comprehensive planning, but analysis paralysis is exactly what prevents organizations from capturing strategic opportunities. At some point, you have to make decisions based on available information and adjust as you learn more. Jordan understood Chen's perspective, but she also recognized the overconfidence bias that led many executives to underestimate complexity in favor of appealing simplicity. Robert, I'm not suggesting analysis paralysis. I'm suggesting that complex transformations require different management approaches than simple projects. She opened her laptop and pulled up research on organizational merger success rates. Healthcare merger failure rates exceed 60%, with most failures attributed to underestimating implementation complexity rather than flawed strategic logic. Dr. Morrison studied the data with obvious concern. Those statistics are troubling, she admitted, but they probably reflect mergers that lack proper planning or experienced management. We have extensive expertise in healthcare operations and organizational change management. Jordan recognized the optimism bias that convinced intelligent leaders that their projects will avoid the problems that plague similar initiatives. Dr. Morrison, could we examine some specific complexity factors that might affect your integration timeline? She pulled up a framework showing interconnected systems within healthcare organizations, clinical protocols, administrative processes, technology platforms, regulatory compliance, professional relationships, patient care pathways, financial management, and organizational culture. Changes in any single system could create ripple effects throughout the entire network. For example, Jordan continued, clinical standardization requires physicians from both organizations to adopt common protocols. But physicians' treatment approaches are influenced by their training, experience, local practice patterns, and relationships with colleagues. Standardizing protocols isn't just a matter of writing new policies. It's a complex change management challenge that affects professional identity and patient care quality. Robertson looked skeptical. Jordan, you're making this sound impossibly complicated. Healthcare organizations standardize clinical protocols all the time. It's a matter of identifying best practices, providing appropriate training, and implementing proper oversight. You're right that individual organizations standardize protocols, Jordan agreed, but merging different organizational cultures around clinical decision-making is much more complex. Each organization has developed distinctive approaches based on their patient populations, physician preferences, and historical experiences. She clicked to a slide showing cultural assessment data from both organizations. Cascade Health emphasized collaborative decision-making, comprehensive patient care, and cautious adoption of new technologies. Pacific Medical Group prioritized innovation, efficiency, and rapid implementation of cutting-edge treatments. These aren't just different management styles, Jordan explained. They represent fundamentally different philosophies about healthcare delivery that affect everything from physician recruitment to patient satisfaction to regulatory compliance. Dr. Morrison studied the cultural comparison with growing unease. Are you suggesting that cultural differences make the merger infeasible? I'm suggesting that cultural integration is more complex than your timeline assumes, Jordan replied. Successful merger requires either finding common ground between different cultures or developing hybrid approaches that preserve the strengths of both organizations. She spent the next hour walking through additional complexity factors, regulatory requirements that vary by state, technology systems with incompatible architectures, financial reporting standards that differ between organizations, patient populations with distinct needs and expectations, and professional relationships that couldn't be easily transferred or replicated. Jordan, Robertson said finally, you're describing challenges that could apply to any major organizational change. If we try to account for every possible complication, we'd never accomplish anything significant. Jordan recognized a familiar tension between acknowledging complexity and maintaining decision-making confidence. Robert, I'm not arguing against a merger. I'm arguing for management approaches that match the actual complexity of what you're attempting. She pulled up alternative frameworks for managing complex transformations, adaptive planning that anticipated multiple scenarios, pilot programs that tested integration approaches before full implementation, feedback systems that detected problems early, and governance structures that could respond quickly to unexpected challenges. Instead of treating this as a complicated project with predictable phases, Jordan suggested, What if you treated it as a complex adaptive process that requires continuous learning and adjustment? Dr. Morrison looked thoughtful. What would that mean practically? How will we maintain accountability and measure progress without clear milestones and deliverables? Jordan clicked to a new slide showing adaptive management principles. Set directional goals rather than specific targets. Create multiple pilot programs to test different integration approaches. Establish feedback mechanisms to detect problems early. Build flexibility into contracts and commitments. Focus on building organizational capacity to respond to changing conditions. That sounds very uncertain, Robertson observed. Board members and investors expect clear timelines and measurable outcomes. How do we maintain stakeholder confidence while acknowledging that we don't know exactly how integration will unfold? Jordan understood the political challenge of managing complex initiatives in environments that demanded predictable results. You frame uncertainty as prudent risk management rather than strategic weakness, she suggested. Sophisticated stakeholders appreciate leaders who acknowledge complexity rather than overpromising based on oversimplified planning. The conversation continued for another 2 hours, with both CEOs gradually recognizing that their merger timeline was based on optimistic assumptions about organizational complexity. Jordan walked them through specific scenarios where simplified planning could create cascade failures, technology integration problems that disrupted patient care, cultural conflicts that triggered physician departures, regulatory complications that delayed operational changes, and financial pressures that forced premature cost-cutting. I'm beginning to understand your concerns, Dr. Morrison said finally. But if we acknowledge all these complexity factors, how do we maintain momentum and commitment for the merger? Won't uncertainty undermine the confidence needed for major organizational change? Jordan recognized the leadership dilemma underlying Dr. Morrison's question. The goal isn't to eliminate uncertainty, she replied. The goal is to build organizational capacity to navigate uncertainty effectively. Successful complex transformations require leaders who can maintain commitment to strategic direction while adapting tactics based on emerging circumstances. She pulled up case studies of successful healthcare mergers that had used adaptive management approaches. Organizations that had started with pilot programs adjusted their integration strategies based on early experience, and built cultures that celebrated learning from unexpected challenges rather than punishing deviations from original plans. These examples show that acknowledging complexity can actually accelerate successful integration, Jordan explained. When organizations prepare for adaptation rather than trying to eliminate uncertainty, they respond more quickly to problems and capture unexpected opportunities. Robertson studied the case studies with obvious interest. This is a very different approach than what our consultants have recommended, he said. Most merger advice focuses on decisive leadership, clear communication, and disciplined execution of predetermined plans. Those are important capabilities, Jordan agreed, but they're necessary rather than sufficient for complex transformations. Complex systems require different management approaches than simple systems. As the meeting concluded, both CEOs committed to developing alternative integration approaches that acknowledge organizational complexity while maintaining strategic momentum. Jordan left the conference room feeling cautiously optimistic that Cascade Health and Pacific Medical Group might avoid the overconfidence traps that had doomed many previous healthcare mergers. That evening, Jordan drove home through Seattle's rush hour traffic while listening to news reports about various organizational mergers and acquisitions across different industries. Each report presented these complex transformations as straightforward business transactions with predictable outcomes, reflecting the same oversimplification biases she encountered in the Cascade Health conference room. At home, she found Emma working on a school project about ecosystems. "Mom," Emma called from the kitchen table, "why is it so hard to predict what happens when you change something in an ecosystem?" Jordan sat down beside her daughter, where Emma had created a detailed diagram showing interconnected relationships between plants, animals, water, soil, and climate in a forest ecosystem. "That's a really good question," Jordan said, studying Emma's diagram. "What do you think makes ecosystems unpredictable?" Emma pointed to the various connections she'd drawn between ecosystem components. "Everything affects everything else," she said thoughtfully. So when you change one thing, it might cause changes in other things that cause changes in other things. And it keeps going till you can't tell what's going to happen. Jordan smiled, amazed by her daughter's intuitive understanding of complex systems theory. That's exactly right. What do you think people should do when they want to make changes in complex systems? Emma considered the question seriously. Maybe make small changes first to see what happens, and be ready to change your plan if things don't work the way you expected. That's very wise thinking, Jordan replied, hugging her daughter. Sometimes the smartest approach to complex problems is admitting that you can't predict everything and staying flexible enough to learn as you go. As they worked through Emma's ecosystem project together, Jordan reflected on the day's lessons about complexity management in organizational settings. Dr. Morrison and Robertson weren't naive leaders. They were sophisticated executives who understood healthcare's challenges. But like many intelligent people facing complex problems, they'd been seduced by the appeal of systematic planning that promised predictable outcomes. The challenge wasn't convincing leaders that complexity existed. Most acknowledged it intellectually. The challenge was developing management approaches that matched the actual complexity of the problems they were trying to solve, rather than the simplified complexity they wished they were facing. Outside their kitchen window, Seattle's evening lights reflected the intricate patterns of urban life. Millions of interconnected decisions, relationships, and systems that somehow produced the emergent phenomenon called a functioning city. Like most complex systems, the city worked better than anyone could have designed it, because it had evolved through continuous adaptation rather than comprehensive planning. Tomorrow, Jordan would help another organization navigate the space between necessary planning and adaptive management, between strategic confidence and appropriate humility about what could be predicted or controlled. Tonight, she was grateful for a daughter wise enough to understand that everything affects everything else in complex systems, and smart enough to suggest that staying flexible might be more important than having perfect plans. Chapter 11, Past Success Bias. The mahogany panel boardroom at Heritage Manufacturing felt like a museum of American industrial excellence, its walls lined with black and white photographs documenting 90 years of steel production, wartime contributions, and community leadership. Jordan sat across from William Bill Hartwell III, whose grandfather had founded the company in 1934, and whose father had transformed it into one of Pacific Northwest's most successful manufacturing enterprises. At 61, Bill embodied the confident authority of someone who'd spent 4 decades proving that traditional American manufacturing could compete successfully in global markets. Ms. Keller, Bill said, his voice carrying the weight of generational business wisdom, heritage manufacturers thrived for nearly a century by staying true to core principles: quality craftsmanship, employee loyalty, and conservative financial management. While our competitors have chased every technological fad and management trend, we focus on what works, and it's made us profitable every single year for the past 46 years. He gestured toward a display case containing awards from industry associations, civic organizations, and business magazines celebrating Heritage's consistent performance through economic downturns, competitive pressures, and technological disruptions that had eliminated many traditional manufacturers. Our challenge, Bill continued, isn't that we're doing anything wrong. Our challenge is that some of our younger managers think we need to embrace digital transformation, automation technologies, and other innovations that would fundamentally change how we operate. Strategic Insights has been recommended to help us evaluate these proposals objectively. Jordan studied the comprehensive business analysis spread across the conference table, recognizing a company whose historical success was both its greatest asset and its greatest vulnerability. Heritage Manufacturing had indeed prospered through conservative management and incremental improvements to time-tested processes. But the data also suggested that the competitive environment was changing in ways that might render traditional approaches inadequate. Bill, she said, could you walk me through the specific digital transformation proposals your management team has developed? Bill pulled out a thick folder containing presentations from various department heads advocating for technological investments, automated production systems that would reduce labor costs by 30%, predictive maintenance technologies that would minimize equipment downtime, and integrated supply chain management systems that would improve inventory efficiency. These proposals all promised dramatic improvements, Bill said, his tone suggesting skepticism about dramatic promises. But they also require massive capital investments with uncertain returns. Our current systems have served us well for decades. Why risk disrupting successful operations for theoretical benefits? Jordan recognized the reasonable caution of an executive whose experience had taught him to distrust expensive solutions to problems that weren't obviously broken. Bill, what specific concerns do you have about the proposed technologies? First, the cost, Bill replied, consulting his notes. Total implementation would require $28 million in capital investments over 3 years, more than we spent on equipment in the past decade combined. Second, the disruption. Converting our production systems will require temporary shutdowns, extensive retraining, and months of reduced productivity while employees learn new processes. He paused, then continued with obvious conviction. But most importantly, these technologies replace human judgment with algorithmic decision-making. Heritage's success has always been based on experienced workers who understand our products, our customers, and our processes better than any computer system ever could. Jordan understood the philosophical objection underlying Bill's practical concerns. What about competitive pressures? Are your competitors adopting similar technologies? Bill's expression hardened. Our competitors have been adopting various technology for years, he acknowledged, but most of them have also experienced quality problems, labor disputes, and financial difficulties that Heritage has avoided. We compete on reliability, craftsmanship, and customer relationships, not on having the newest technology. Jordan pulled up industry analysis showing that Heritage's market share had declined from 18% to 12% over the past 5 years, while competitors with more automated production systems had gained market share through lower costs and faster delivery times. This data suggests that traditional competitive advantages might be becoming less decisive, Jordan observed. How do you interpret these market share trends? Bill studied the charts with obvious discomfort. Market share fluctuations are normal in manufacturing, he said carefully. We've maintained profitability and customer loyalty while competitors have sacrificed quality for short-term cost reductions. Long-term success comes from sustainable business practices, not from chasing market share through technological gimmicks. Jordan recognized the rationalization pattern she'd observed in many successful executives. When external data contradicted internal beliefs, the data was reframed as misleading rather than challenging core assumptions. Bill, could we look at customer feedback and future procurement trends? What are your major clients saying about their evolving requirements? Bill reluctantly produced customer survey data showing concerning patterns, increasing emphasis on delivery speed and cost competitiveness, growing preference for suppliers with integrated digital systems, and explicit requests for technological capabilities that Heritage didn't currently possess. These survey results need to be interpreted carefully, Bill said. Customers always say they want lower costs and faster delivery, but they also value the reliability and quality that come from experienced manufacturing processes. When our competitors' automated systems fail or produce defective products, customers appreciate Heritage's consistency. Jordan noticed that Bill was selectively interpreting customer feedback to support existing approaches rather than seriously considering whether customer requirements were evolving in ways that challenged traditional competitive strategies. Bill, she said gently, what would convince you that technological transformation might be necessary for Heritage's long-term success? Bill was quiet for several minutes, clearly wrestling with a question that challenged fundamental assumptions about business success. I suppose, he said finally, if I saw clear evidence that our traditional approaches were failing to meet customer needs or generating adequate returns. But our financial performance remains strong. Our customers remain loyal, and our employees remain committed to Heritage's values. Jordan recognized the circular reasoning that protected past success from present challenges. Current performance validated traditional approaches. Traditional approaches explained current performance, and any evidence suggesting future problems was dismissed as speculative or temporary. She pulled up detailed financial projections showing that Heritage's current profitability was largely based on long-term contracts with established customers, while new business acquisitions had declined steadily as potential clients chose competitors with more advanced technological capabilities. This suggests that Heritage's financial performance might be more vulnerable than current numbers indicate, Jordan said. Your profitability depends increasingly on a shrinking base of traditional customers who may eventually face their own pressures to work with more technologically advanced suppliers. Bill studied the projections with obvious concern but maintained his defensive posture. Profitability projections are inherently speculative, he replied. What I know for certain is that Heritage's conservative approach has generated consistent returns for decades, while our competitors' technological investments have produced mixed results at best. Jordan spent the next hour reviewing specific case studies of Heritage's competitors, some of whom had indeed struggled with technological transitions, while others had successfully transformed their operations and gained significant competitive advantages. The track record for technological transformation is certainly mixed, she acknowledged, but the cases of successful transformation suggest that the risks of change might be smaller than the risks of remaining static in a changing competitive environment. Bill leaned back in his chair, his expression reflecting the deep discomfort of someone whose worldview was being challenged by inconvenient evidence. "Ms. Keller," he said slowly, "let me tell you a story about my father's approach to business challenges." He walked to the window overlooking Heritage's manufacturing facility, where workers were operating equipment that looked remarkably similar to what appeared in photographs from the 1980s. In 1991, consultants told my father that Japanese manufacturing techniques would eliminate American steel production within a decade. They recommended massive investments in automated systems, just-in-time inventory management, and quality control technologies that promised to revolutionize our operations. Bill turned back to face Jordan. My father listened carefully to their presentations, evaluated their proposals thoroughly, and decided to focus on incremental improvements to our existing processes rather than revolutionary changes. While our competitors spent millions on improving technologies, Heritage invested in employee training, equipment maintenance, and customer relationship building. What happened? Heritage not only survived the supposed Japanese threat, we thrived. Several competitors that had invested heavily in automated systems experienced quality problems, labor disputes, and financial difficulties. By the late 1990s, we had gained market share from companies that had bet their future on technological solutions that didn't deliver promised benefits. Jordan understood the powerful lesson that Bill had drawn from his father's experience. Conservative approaches that emphasized traditional strengths had proven superior to technological transformation strategies that promised dramatic improvements. "That's an impressive success story," she said carefully. "But I'm wondering whether the competitive environment today might be different from the environment your father faced 30 years ago." Bill's expression sharpened. "How so?" Jordan pulled up comparative analysis showing how digital technologies had evolved from expensive, unreliable innovations in the 1990s to mature, cost-effective solutions that were becoming industry standards rather than experimental alternatives. "The technologies your father rejected were largely unproven at the time," she explained. "Today's digital manufacturing technologies have track records of successful implementation across multiple industries and economic cycles. But the fundamental principle remains the same," Bill insisted. "Revolutionary change carries much higher risks than evolutionary improvement. Heritage's success comes from doing proven things consistently well, not from betting our future on the latest management fad." Jordan recognized that Bill's past success had become a cognitive prison that prevented him from seriously considering evidence that contradicted his worldview. Every technological proposal was filtered through the lens of his father's experience, making objective evaluation of current opportunities nearly impossible. "Bill," she said, "what if we designed a pilot program that would test digital technologies on a small scale before making company-wide commitments? That way you could gather evidence about actual performance rather than relying on theoretical projections." Bill looked interested for the first time during their conversation. "What would that involve?" Jordan outlined a proposal for implementing automated systems in one production line while maintaining traditional approaches in others, allowing direct comparison of performance, costs, and quality outcomes over a 6-month period. This approach will provide concrete evidence about whether technological transformation offers genuine benefits for Heritage's specific operations, she explained. If the pilot program fails to demonstrate clear advantages, you could abandon it without major financial losses. If it succeeds, you'd have a proven foundation for broader implementation. Bill spent 30 minutes reviewing the pilot program proposal. asking detailed questions about implementation risks, measurement criteria, and exit strategies. Finally, he looked up an expression that mixed caution with curiosity. "This is more conservative than what our younger managers have proposed," he said, "but it's also more systematic than my instinctive preference for avoiding change altogether. I suppose we could learn something valuable from a carefully controlled experiment." Jordan felt cautiously optimistic that Heritage might find a path between reckless technological transformation and paralyzing adherence to past approaches. "The goal isn't to abandon what's made Heritage successful," she emphasized. "The goal is to test whether traditional strengths can be enhanced rather than replaced by new technologies." That evening, Jordan drove home through Seattle's industrial district, where she could see dozens of manufacturing facilities representing different approaches to technological adoption. Some had embraced automation and digital systems, while others maintained more traditional operations. The mixture suggested that successful manufacturing strategies weren't determined by ideology about technology, but by careful matching of capabilities to competitive requirements. At home, she found Emma working on a school project about adaptation and evolution. "Mom," Emma called from the kitchen table, "why do some animals go extinct when their environment changes while others survive?" Jordan sat down beside her daughter, where Emma had created charts showing how different species had responded to environmental changes throughout history. "That's a really important question," Jordan said, studying Emma's research. "What patterns do you notice in your examples?" Emma pointed to various species in her charts. The animals that survived big changes were usually the ones that could learn new behaviors or use their old abilities in new ways. The ones that went extinct kept trying to do exactly the same things, even when those things stopped working. "That's excellent observation," Jordan replied. "What do you think that means for people and organizations when they face changing conditions?" Emma considered the question thoughtfully. "Maybe they need to figure out which of their strengths are still useful and which behaviors need to change. Like, keep the good parts, but adapt the parts that don't work anymore." Jordan hugged her daughter, amazed once again by the 8-year-old's ability to grasp complex concepts that eluded sophisticated business executives. "That's exactly right. Sometimes the smartest strategy is finding ways to use your strengths in new situations rather than either abandoning everything or changing nothing." As they worked through Emma's evolution project together, Jordan reflected on the day's lessons about past success bias in organizational decision-making. Bill Hartwell wasn't a stubborn traditionalist. He was an intelligent executive whose past experience had taught him valuable lessons about the risks of premature technological adoption. But past success could become a cognitive trap when it prevented leaders from recognizing that environmental changes might require new applications of traditional strengths rather than simple repetition of historical approaches. The challenge wasn't convincing successful leaders to abandon what had made them successful. The challenge was helping them distinguish between timeless principles that should be preserved and specific practices that might need evolution to remain effective in changing conditions. Outside their kitchen window, Seattle's evening lights illuminated a city that had successfully navigated multiple technological and economic transformations by preserving core values while adapting operational approaches to changing circumstances. Tomorrow, Jordan will help another organization navigate the space between valuable tradition and necessary innovation, between honoring past success and preparing for future challenges. Tonight, she was grateful for a daughter wise enough to understand that survival often required using old strengths in new ways rather than either abandoning everything or changing nothing. Chapter 12. The Triumph of Truth. The conference room on Strategic Insight's 42nd floor had never felt smaller. Jordan sat at the mahogany table where her journey had begun 8 months earlier, but now she faced the most consequential presentation of her career. Around the table sat Marcus Wellington, the partners of Strategic Insights, and Dr. Amanda Foster, Chief Ethics Officer for the Washington State Bar Association, who'd been investigating complaints about consulting firms' roles in corporate decision-making scandals. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Seattle's winter skyline stretched toward Elliott Bay under gray December clouds that seemed to mirror the tension in the room. Jordan's laptop contained 18 months of case studies, data analyses, and client experiences that told a story no one in the consulting industry particularly wanted to hear, but that everyone needed to understand. "Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Foster began, her voice carrying the measured authority of someone who'd spent 20 years investigating professional ethics violations. We're here today because several high-profile business failures have raised questions about the role of consulting firms in organizational decision-making. Jordan Keller has been conducting what amounts to an independent investigation of critical thinking practices in professional consulting. Her findings are illuminating. Marcus shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his usual confidence replaced by obvious anxiety about what Jordan's presentation might reveal. Amanda, I want to emphasize that Strategic Insights has always operated with the highest ethical standards. Any individual cases where judgment might have been questionable don't reflect our overall commitment to client service and professional integrity. Jordan recognized the defensive posture that had characterized many of her recent conversations with colleagues and competitors. Over the past 8 months, her insistence on rigorous analytical standards had generated both respect and resentment within Seattle's consulting community. Dr. Foster, Jordan said, before I present my findings, I want to clarify that this investigation isn't about individual misconduct or deliberate deception. It's about systematic patterns and how consulting firms approach complex problems, patterns that unintentionally undermine the critical thinking that our clients need for sound decision-making. She clicked her remote, and the wall screen displayed a summary of the 12 major engagements she documented over the past 18 months. Pinnacle Retail's expansion analysis, the new hire orientation program, Cascade Retail's market research, Medicorp's efficiency metrics, Pacific Northwest Children's Alliance restructuring, Nexus Technologies cultural assessment, Quantum Dynamics wellness program evaluation, Summit Financial's forecasting review, Meridian Media's crisis communication, Strategy North Star Industries environmental response, Cascade Health's merger planning, and Heritage Manufacturing's digital transformation evaluation. Each of these engagements involves sophisticated clients, experienced consultants, and complex analytical challenges. Jordan continued. In every case, I observed systematic biases that prevented rigorous examination of critical assumptions and alternative possibilities. Dr. Foster leaned forward with obvious interest. Can you provide specific examples of these systematic biases? Jordan clicked to her first detailed case study. At Pinnacle Retail, we observed confirmation bias in market analysis. The client wanted to expand into 18 markets, and our analysis found supporting evidence for that expansion while minimizing contradictory data about market saturation and demographic trends. She walked through Trevor Hutchinson's optimistic projections and her own more cautious analysis, showing how selective data interpretation had supported predetermined conclusions rather than objective evaluation of market opportunities. 6 months after our presentation, Jordan continued, Pinnacle scaled back their expansion to 7 markets after encountering exactly the problems that were de-emphasized in our original analysis. Marcus interrupted with obvious defensiveness. Jordan, that's an unfair characterization. Trevor conducted thorough market research and provided reasonable projections based on available data. The fact that market conditions evolved differently than anticipated doesn't invalidate our analytical approach. You're right that market conditions are unpredictable, Jordan replied, but our analysis didn't acknowledge uncertainty or present alternative scenarios. We projected confidence in outcomes that were inherently uncertain. Dr. Foster made notes as Jordan continued through her case studies, documenting how authority bias had prevented questioning of Dr. Thornfield's overconfident economic forecasts, how statistical manipulation had made Medicorp's efficiency improvements appear more dramatic than they actually were, and how groupthink dynamics at Nexus Technologies had suppressed recognition of cultural problems that led to legal challenges. The pattern I observed, Jordan explained, isn't deliberate misleading of clients. It's systematic pressure to provide confident recommendations based on partial analysis of complex problems. Clients hire consultants for certainty, and consultants deliver certainty even when uncertainty would be more honest. She clicked to a comprehensive analysis, showing outcomes from all 12 engagements. In 8 of these 12 cases, outcomes differed significantly from consultant projections. In every case where I'd raised concerns about assumptions or recommended alternative approaches, those concerns proved relevant to subsequent developments. Dr. Foster studied the outcome data with obvious concern. Ms. Keller, Are you suggesting that consulting firms systematically provide inaccurate advice to clients? I'm suggesting that consulting firms systematically provide overconfident advice based on incomplete analysis of complex problems, Jordan clarified. The advice isn't necessarily wrong, but it's presented with inappropriate certainty and insufficient acknowledgement of alternative possibilities. Marcus could no longer contain his frustration. Jordan, you're describing the inherent challenges of any advisory profession. Lawyers can't guarantee legal outcomes. Doctors can't guarantee medical outcomes, and consultants can't guarantee business outcomes. We provide professional judgment based on expertise and experience. I agree, Jordan replied, but there's a difference between professional judgment that acknowledges its limitations and professional judgment that projects false certainty to maintain client confidence. She pulled up recordings from several client presentations, showing how consultants consistently use language that minimized uncertainty and maximized confidence in their recommendations. We systematically frame partial knowledge as complete understanding and educated guesses as reliable predictions. Dr. Foster looked around the table at the strategic insights partners, whose expressions ranged from defensive to thoughtful to genuinely concerned. What would Ms. Keller's approach mean for practical consulting work? How do you provide valuable advice while acknowledging uncertainty? Jordan had anticipated this question and prepared her most important recommendations. First, we need to distinguish between confidence in analytical methods and confidence in specific outcomes. We can be confident in our approach to problem solving while acknowledging uncertainty about results. She clicked to a framework showing how consulting presentations could communicate both expertise and appropriate humility. Second, we need to present multiple scenarios rather than single predictions. Sophisticated clients can handle uncertainty better than we assume. What they can't handle is being surprised by outcomes we should have anticipated. Marcus looked skeptical. Jordan, that approach might work for academic research, but business consulting requires actionable recommendations. Clients pay us to help them make decisions, not to paralyze them with endless uncertainty. I'm not recommending endless uncertainty, Jordan replied. I'm recommending calibrated confidence, matching our expressed confidence to our actual knowledge, and acknowledging the difference between what we know and what we're guessing. She spent the next hour walking through specific examples of how consulting presentations could maintain professional authority while acknowledging analytical limitations. The approach required more sophisticated communication, but resulted in better informed client decision-making and more realistic expectations about outcomes. Dr. Foster, said Patricia Williams, Strategic Insights Managing Partner, assuming Jordan's analysis is correct, what are the implications for our industry's regulatory environment? Dr. Foster consulted her notes. The Washington State Bar Association is developing new professional standards for advisory services that extend beyond traditional legal consulting. We're particularly interested in truth in advertising requirements that would prevent professional service firms from claiming greater certainty than their analytical methods can support. The room fell silent as the partners processed the possibility of external regulation that would formalize the analytical standards Jordan had been advocating internally. However, Dr. Foster continued, we're also interested in industry self-regulation that would accomplish the same objectives without formal regulatory intervention. Ms. Keller's approach could provide a model for professional standards that protect both client interests and consultant credibility. Marcus looked thoughtful for the first time during the presentation. Jordan, if we were to implement your recommendations, how would that affect our competitive positioning? Would clients appreciate greater analytical honesty, or would they choose competitors who provide more confident-sounding advice? Jordan had wrestled with this question throughout her investigation. Based on my client interviews, sophisticated clients prefer consultants who acknowledge complexity rather than those who oversimplify it. The clients who want false certainty are usually the same clients who become dissatisfied when reality doesn't match optimistic projections. She pulled up survey data from 12 major client organizations, showing that client satisfaction correlated more strongly with realistic expectation setting than with optimistic outcome projections. Clients value consultants who help them make better decisions, Jordan continued, not consultants who make decisions seem easier than they actually are. Dr. Foster stood up and walked to the windows overlooking Seattle's business district. Ms. Keller, You've documented systematic problems and how professional advisory services are delivered, but you've also shown that these problems can be addressed through better analytical practices rather than regulatory restrictions. She turned back to face the room. The question for strategic insights, and for the consulting industry more broadly, is whether you're willing to change practices that have been profitable but may not serve clients' long-term interests. Marcus looked around the table at his partners, recognizing a moment when their firm's future direction would be determined. "Jordan," he said finally, "assuming we wanted to implement your recommendations, what would that require practically?" Jordan clicked to her final presentation slide. Implementation Framework for Analytical Integrity. The framework included revised presentation standards, modified client communication protocols, enhanced quality control processes, and training programs that emphasize critical thinking skills rather than persuasion techniques. "The most important change," Jordan explained, "is cultural rather than procedural. We need to reward consultants for helping clients make better decisions rather than for generating confident-sounding recommendations that may or may not prove accurate." She outlined specific changes to performance evaluation criteria, business development approaches, and client relationship management that would support analytical integrity while maintaining commercial viability. "This isn't about becoming academics or abandoning business realities," Jordan emphasized. "It's about providing professional advisory services that actually serve client interests rather than consultant interests." The presentation continued for another 2 hours, with detailed discussion of implementation challenges, competitive implications, and measurement approaches for evaluating the effectiveness of enhanced analytical standards. As the meeting concluded, Dr. Foster approached Jordan privately. "Ms. Keller, I'm impressed by the rigor of your investigation and practicality of your recommendations. The Bar Association would be very interested in having you lead a task force on professional advisory standards." Jordan felt a surge of both excitement and trepidation. "That's a tremendous opportunity," she replied. "But I should mention that implementing these changes as strategic insights will be a full-time challenge by itself." Dr. Foster smiled. "I think you underestimate how much influence your approach could have across the entire professional services industry. Sometimes changing one organization is more effective than trying to change many organizations superficially." That evening, Jordan drove home through Seattle's rush hour traffic while listening to news reports about various business scandals and organizational failures that had dominated headlines throughout the year. Each story illustrated the consequences of overconfident decision-making, selective data interpretation, and inadequate consideration of alternative possibilities. At home, she found Emma working on a year-end school project about problem-solving and decision-making. "Mom," Emma called from the kitchen table, "what's the most important thing you learned at work this year?" Jordan sat down beside her daughter, recognizing the perfect opportunity to reflect on 8 months of professional challenges and discoveries. "That's a great question. What do you think is the most important thing in solving difficult problems?" Emma consulted her project notes. "Ms. Patterson says the most important thing is asking good questions and being honest about what you don't know." Jordan hugged her daughter, amazed once again by the wisdom embedded in elementary education. "That's exactly what I learned this year. Sometimes being honest about what you don't know is more helpful than pretending you know everything." "But don't grown-ups at work expect you to know everything?" Jordan paused, recognizing the heart of her professional struggles. "Sometimes they do," she admitted, "but the best grown-ups understand that admitting when you're not sure about something helps everyone make better decisions." Emma nodded seriously. "Like in science class when we have to say whether our experiment proved what we thought it would prove, even if we were wrong?" "Exactly like that," Jordan replied. "Sometimes being wrong teaches you more than being right, but only if you're honest about it." As they worked through Emma's homework together, Jordan reflected on the day's significance for her career and for consulting industry more broadly. Marcus and Strategic Insights partners had committed to implementing her analytical integrity framework, making their firm a test case for whether rigorous critical thinking could coexist with successful commercial consulting. The outcome remained uncertain, but for the first time in 8 months, Jordan felt genuinely optimistic about the possibility of serving client interests through honest analysis rather than confident-sounding advice. Outside their kitchen window, Seattle's evening lights reflected off Elliott Bay, where the same container ships continued their predictable patterns regardless of the human dramas playing out in the city's boardrooms and consulting firms. The ships moved according to navigation principles that balance confidence in charts and instruments with careful attention to changing conditions, unexpected obstacles, and the inherent uncertainties of complex journeys across unpredictable waters. It seemed like a good metaphor for professional advisory services, confident in methods and principles, but appropriately humble about specific outcomes, and always prepared to adjust course based on new information. Tomorrow, Jordan will begin the challenging work of transforming a successful consulting firm's culture to prioritize analytical integrity over persuasive confidence. Tonight, she was grateful for a daughter wise enough to understand that honesty about uncertainty often helped everyone make better decisions, the kind of wisdom that lay at the heart of both effective analysis and genuine service to others. Epilogue. 2 years later. The late afternoon sun streamed to the windows of Jordan's new office on the 38th floor Columbia Tower, casting long shadows across the stack of academic journals, consulting reports, and correspondence that had accumulated on her desk. As director of the Pacific Northwest Institute for Critical Decision-Making, she'd spent the past 18 months building what had become the region's premier center for research and training in analytical thinking for business and public policy. The transformation hadn't been easy. Strategic Insight's implementation of analytical integrity standards had initially cost them 3 major clients who preferred consultants willing to provide unqualified confidence rather than calibrated assessments. But the firm had also attracted 12 new clients who valued rigorous analysis over reassuring oversimplification, and their reputation for honest expertise had generated inquiries from organizations across North America. Jordan picked up the latest quarterly report from Dr. Amanda Foster, whose Professional Advisory Standards Committee had documented measurable improvements in decision-making quality among consulting firms that had adopted enhanced analytical practices. The data showed fewer dramatic business failures, more realistic project timelines, and higher client satisfaction ratings among organizations that had embraced critical thinking frameworks. Her phone rang, interrupting her review of the afternoon's correspondence. "Jordan, this is Catherine Brooks from Pinnacle Retail. I hope you remember me from the expansion project 2 years ago." Jordan certainly remembered Catherine, the CEO whose sharp questions at first made her realize how dangerous overconfident projections could be. "Of course, Catherine. How can I help you?" "I'm calling because Pinnacle is considering a major international expansion, and we want to work with consultants who will tell us what we need to know rather than what we want to hear. Your approach saved us from some very expensive mistakes 2 years ago, and we'd like the Institute to lead our analytical process." Jordan felt a familiar surge of satisfaction that came from seeing the long-term value of rigorous thinking. "I'd be honored to discuss how we might help. Could you tell me about the scope of the expansion you're considering?" They spent 20 minutes discussing Pinnacle's strategic objectives, analytical requirements, and timeline for decision-making. Catherine's questions demonstrated the sophisticated understanding of uncertainty and complexity that Jordan had hoped more business leaders would develop. "Catherine," Jordan said as their conversation concluded, "I'm curious about how your perspective on strategic planning has evolved since we worked together before." Catherine laughed. "That's easy to answer. 2 years ago, I wanted consultants to eliminate uncertainty and provide clear guidance about what we should do. Now I want consultants to help us understand uncertainty and make better decisions despite incomplete information." "What changed your perspective?" "Experience," Catherine replied simply. "The projects where we acknowledge uncertainty and plan for multiple scenarios have consistently outperformed the projects where we bet everything on confident predictions. Humility about what we don't know has turned out to be a competitive advantage." After ending the call, Jordan walked to her window overlooking Elliott Bay, where container ships continued their eternal patterns of movement between known destinations across unpredictable waters. The metaphor had become even more meaningful as she watched organizations learn to navigate business challenges with appropriate confidence in their capabilities and appropriate humility about outcomes. Her assistant knocked and entered with a stack of applications for the Institute's new executive education program in critical decision-making. The program had attracted participants from healthcare systems, technology companies, government agencies, and nonprofit organizations, all seeking to improve their analytical capabilities without sacrificing the decisiveness that effective leadership required. "Jordan," her assistant said, "Emma called to remind you about her science fair presentation tonight. She wanted to make sure you wouldn't miss it." Jordan smiled. Checking her calendar confirmed that she'd blocked out the entire evening for what had become the highlight of her week. At 10 years old, Emma had developed into a remarkably sophisticated young scientist whose experiments consistently demonstrated the kind of rigorous thinking that many adults struggle to achieve. "What's Emma's project about this year?" her assistant asked. "She's testing whether people make better decisions when they're given complete information or simplified information," Jordan replied. "She's been conducting experiments with her classmates about various choices, which books to read, which games to play, which activities to join, and measuring whether more information leads to better outcomes or just more confusion." Her assistant looked impressed. "That sounds like graduate-level research." "Emma has always been ahead of her time when it comes to asking important questions," Jordan said proudly. The remainder of the afternoon was devoted to reviewing applications for research grants that would fund studies of decision-making quality in various organizational settings. The Institute had attracted funding from foundations interested in improving democratic governance, corporations seeking competitive advantages through better strategic planning, and government agencies hoping to enhance public policy effectiveness. Each research proposal addressed aspects of the fundamental challenge that had motivated Jordan's original investigation. How could intelligent, well-intentioned people make better decisions in complex environments characterized by incomplete information, competing interests, and uncertain outcomes? As 6 o'clock approached, Jordan gathered her materials and prepared to leave for Emma's science fair. The evening ritual had become sacred time, an opportunity to reconnect with the curiosity and intellectual honesty that had originally drawn her to analytical work. The drive to Emma's school took her through Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood, where she passed coffee shops filled with university students, bookstores displaying philosophical texts, and community centers hosting public forums about local policy issues. It was a landscape that celebrated intellectual inquiry and democratic engagement, values that Jordan had come to see as inseparable from effective critical thinking. Emma's elementary school gymnasium had been transformed into a showcase of scientific inquiry, with dozens of poster displays demonstrating young minds grappling with questions about physics, biology, chemistry, and social science. Jordan found Emma's exhibit in the psychology section, where a small crowd had gathered to observe her presentation. "My hypothesis," Emma was explaining to a group of adults who looked suspiciously like university professors, "was that people would make better decisions when they had more complete information. But my experiments showed that's only true when people know how to use information properly." Jordan approached the crowd as Emma continued her presentation, using charts and graphs that would have impressed graduate students. Some participants made worse decisions when they had more information because they got overwhelmed and chose randomly. Others made better decisions because they could compare options more carefully. The key factor wasn't how much information they had. It was whether they had good methods for thinking about information. One of the professors raised her hand. "Emma, what do you think that means for how adults should make important decisions?" Emma considered the question with the seriousness she brought to all intellectual challenges. "I think adults should focus on learning better ways to think about problems instead of just trying to get more and more information. Having good thinking methods is more important than having perfect information." Jordan felt tears welling up as she listened to her daughter articulate insights that had taken her years of professional experience to discover. Emma had independently arrived at the core principle underlying all effective critical thinking. Methodology mattered more than data volume, and intellectual humility was more valuable than confident ignorance. As the science fair concluded and they walked to their car together, Emma shared her excitement about the questions her project had generated among visitors. "Mom," she said, "lots of people asked me whether my findings meant that giving people less information would help them make better decisions." "What did you tell them?" "I told them that wasn't the right question," Emma replied thoughtfully. "The right question is how to help people develop better methods for thinking about whatever information they have." Jordan hugged her daughter, recognizing the wisdom that would serve Emma well throughout her life, and that might help countless others if she chose to pursue intellectual work that served broader social purposes. "Emma," Jordan said, "what made you interested in studying decision-making for your science project?" Emma looked up with the earnest expression she wore when discussing important topics. I want to understand why smart people sometimes make mistakes that seem obvious afterward. Like, why do adults who know lots of things sometimes choose badly when they're trying to choose well? Jordan realized that Emma had identified the central puzzle that had motivated her own professional transformation. The gap between intelligence and wisdom, between knowledge and understanding, between confident decision-making and effective decision-making. What did your experiments teach you about that question? That being smart isn't the same as thinking clearly, Emma said simply. Smart people can make bad decisions if they use bad thinking methods, even when they're trying really hard to do the right thing. As they drove home through Seattle's evening traffic, Jordan reflected on how much her own understanding had evolved since that first uncomfortable presentation to Pinnacle Retail. She'd begun her investigation focused on technical improvements to analytical methods, better data collection, more sophisticated models, enhanced presentation techniques. But the real insights had emerged from recognizing that critical thinking was fundamentally about intellectual character rather than technical competence. The most important qualities, curiosity, humility, honesty, and courage, couldn't be taught through training programs or enforced through policy changes. They had to be cultivated through practice and reinforced through organizational cultures that valued truth-seeking over impression management. At home, they found a message from Marcus Wellington announcing that Strategic Insights had been selected to receive the Washington State Business Ethics Award for their leadership in professional advisory standards. The recognition represented validation that analytical integrity could coexist with commercial success, a possibility that seemed doubtful during the difficult early months of their cultural transformation. "Mom," Emma said as they prepared dinner together, "do you think the work you do at the Institute helps people make better decisions?" Jordan considered the question while chopping vegetables for their salad. "I hope so," she said finally. "But I think the most important thing we do is help people become more curious about their own thinking, to notice when they might be fooling themselves, and to ask better questions when they're facing difficult choices." Like being your own science teacher? Exactly like being your own science teacher, Jordan agreed. Always asking, how do I know this? And what else might be true? And what would change my mind? Emma nodded approvingly. Those are good questions for everything, not just science experiments. As they sat down to dinner, Jordan's phone buzzed with a text from Dr. Foster. "Jordan, the Bar Association has received requests from 12 other states to implement analytical integrity standards based on your framework. Would you be interested in developing a national professional education program?" Jordan showed the message to Emma, who read it with the careful attention she brought to all written communication. "That sounds like a really big opportunity," Emma observed. "Would it help lots of people learn better thinking methods?" "It might," Jordan replied. "But it would also require traveling a lot and spending less time together." Emma considered this trade-off with characteristic seriousness. "Mom, if your work helps people make better decisions and better decisions help people have better lives, then it seems like important work." Jordan felt her heart swell with pride at her daughter's generosity and wisdom. "You're right, that is important work. But you're the most important thing in my life, and I don't want to sacrifice our time together for professional opportunities. What if there were ways to do both?" Emma suggested. Like, what if some of the work could happen here in Seattle, or what if I could come with you sometimes when you travel to teach people? Jordan realized that Emma was demonstrating exactly the kind of creative problem-solving that the Institute was trying to promote, looking for solutions that serve multiple values simultaneously, rather than accepting false trade-offs between competing goods. "Those are excellent ideas," Jordan said. "Should we explore whether there might be ways to expand the Institute's work without compromising our family time?" Emma grinned. That sounded like a good experiment to try. As they finished dinner and Emma started her homework, Jordan sat in her home office reviewing the day's correspondence and thinking about the unexpected journey that had brought her to this point. 2 years ago, she'd been a competent consultant struggling with ethical concerns about professional practices that prioritized persuasion over analysis. Now, she was leading an organization that had documented measurable improvements in decision-making quality across dozens of institutions, trained hundreds of professionals in critical thinking methods, and influenced policy discussions about professional standards in advisory services. The transformation hadn't required dramatic revelations or revolutionary insights. It had required patience, persistence, and willingness to ask uncomfortable questions about comfortable assumptions. Most importantly, it had required recognizing that intellectual humility was a strength rather than a weakness, that admitting uncertainty often led to better outcomes than projecting false confidence. Outside her home office window, Seattle's lights twinkled across the darkness, each one representing individuals and organizations grappling with their own versions of complex decisions under uncertain conditions. Tomorrow, some of those people would make choices that improve their lives and communities. Others would repeat the same cognitive mistakes that have been undermining human decision-making for centuries. But gradually, incrementally, more people were learning to ask better questions, acknowledge appropriate uncertainty, and think more clearly about the complex challenges that characterize modern life. Jordan opened her laptop and began drafting a response to Dr. Foster's inquiry about national expansion of analytical integrity training. The message began, "Thank you for this opportunity to expand our impact." Before discussing implementation details, I'd like to share some thoughts about the principles that should guide any national education program in critical thinking. As she wrote, Jordan could hear Emma in the kitchen, explaining to their cat why it was important to test different types of cat food systematically, rather than assuming that expensive brands were necessarily better than cheaper alternatives. Some things, Jordan reflected with a smile, truly were more important than others. Teaching the next generation to think clearly about complex problems was definitely one of them. The future remained uncertain, as futures always did. But it felt full of possibility for people who were willing to ask good questions, acknowledge what they didn't know, and keep learning from whatever answers they discovered. That seemed like a pretty good foundation for whatever came next.